Hello fellow survivors, and welcome to a walkthrough of Voyager difficulty. I know a lot of you play Voyager, either because you just find that difficulty your preference, or maybe because you're new to the game. Either way, today we're going to do a walkthrough of that difficulty, and I'm going to show you pretty much everything I can think of. We're going to do it in detail, and we're going to spawn in Mystery Lake. I'm going to show you places that you can loot, where you can find all sorts of gear, and show you how you can be very well geared and settled fairly quickly in the game. I'll show you how to deal with wolves so that they don't attack you, or at least so you can defend yourself if necessary, and including how to hunt with the different weapons, such as the rifle, the bow, and even the distress pistol. And I'll even make some deliberate mistakes here and there, just to demonstrate different things. We're going to do this walkthrough in Mystery Lake, which is one of the more popular areas. But of course, you can apply pretty much everything that I show in all the regions, except for the map knowledge, of course. So today we're going to walk through Voyager. So I hope you enjoy it. I hope you learned something. Or if you're just along for the ride, I hope you enjoyed that too. So let's get through it and let's play some Voyager. Alright survivors, let's play some Voyager. And I'm going to walk you through everything that I do and explain how you could play on this difficulty. Or you could just tag along for the ride. So we're going to do a new run. Choose Voyager, which is the second easiest. The main difference between Pilgrim and Voyager is that on Pilgrim the animals will always run away unless they're provoked. So you're pretty safe from animals on Pilgrim, but on Voyager they will attack you. Although they are kind of like hesitant, they have a closer detection range, they won't detect you from far away, stuff like that. And there's still lots of resources, not as much as Pilgrim, but still quite a lot. There's also a grace period, so when you play on Voyager you have 24 hours, that is to say 1 in-game day, and then the predators will spawn, so you can use the beginning to loot up and prepare for them. So we're gonna hop in. So first thing, we need to choose a region. We could do random, of course, just to make it a bit more interesting. But I think that most people who play Voyager, they tend to stick to certain areas as their favorite. Many people play in Mystery Lake, Mountain Town, or Coastal Highway. And I think that the most popular is Mystery Lake. So I think we're gonna just hop in there, loot the place thoroughly, and then just play Voyager as you normally would. So why don't we hop in? So we'll choose Mystery Lake as our starting region. And then we can choose either male or female, but most people choose female because of the grunting for Will. And then we have feats. On Voyager you have 4 feats, so you can choose where you want. We don't really need any of these. You need to choose yourself. The best ones in my opinion is Cold Fusion, and the other one is Snow Walker for running. But you could also use, for example, Fire Master to make things be easy with fire, or this one if you want more food, or if you want to research more, you can do this. I think for this particular walkthrough I won't use any feats, but on Voyager, seeing as you have 4, you can choose pretty much whichever 4 you want. I would definitely recommend Cold Fusion, Snow Walker, and then you can choose Fire Master, Efficient Machine, or Book Smarts probably is the best. These other ones, Free Runner and Trapper and all this stuff, is not that great. Blizzard Walker has some benefits, I suppose. I think we'll do no feats this time though. So let's hop in and see where we are. So on Voyage you can spawn indoors. I think you can spawn outdoors as well, but in any case, let's just see where we are. And then we'll go from there. So let's see. We are outdoors, and this looks like all right, yeah, there's the clear-cut spawn. So this is kind of like a nothing area kind of thing up here. So we're just gonna head down here immediately to the road. Here you can see road. There we are. Oh, this isn't clear cut, my mistake. This is Frozen Creek. So where we are now is down over there is the Unnamed Pond. Right above us is the Lookout Tower. And then this direction is Camp Office, and this direction is Trapper's Cabin. So you have different options we can do with this particular spawn, but it's not really that important because right now in the beginning, there aren't any predators around. It's turning nighttime though, so let's loot a little bit and then figure things out. Now, first things first, I want to grab a couple things here. There are some stones here, so I'm going to grab 2 of those. That's for scaring off wolves once I have fire. And I do technically have fire, but it's not the same. And then we're going to grab these to make teas. We don't necessarily need to use the teas to cure anything, but these teas will cure headaches, or pain rather. So if you make a tea with these Herosips, you can cure pain. But the main reason you really want to pick them up is because you can make teas and then you level up cooking. That's kind of like what it's for. And you can also get warmth that way. So now we have 1 tea and we can run a bit because we're not really in a hurry. We got rabbits here. We don't really need to hunt rabbits right now, so we're going to wait with that. Let's pick up some sticks. You always want to have sticks on you to have some fire. And I'm going to grab 3 of these to make a antiseptic bandage. If you have 3 of these, you can get a bandage that does the same thing as antiseptic. There's another one over here I'm going to grab. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to go up to the Lookout Tower and loot that. And then I loot a couple more things before it gets dark. And I think we'll go from there. I think 1 is good enough for now. Right, so up here is the Forest Lookout Tower. So we're going to go up there. There's a possibility of a rifle spawn there. You can just head up this path here. There's usually a corpse here as well. And the corpse will just have random loot on it. I don't think the corpse is here today. It does not look like it. No. So let's head up to the tower itself. We can just run by running out of sprint though. As you can see, we're getting cold, but you got to remember that when you play, particularly in the early game, whether you play in Voyager or Interloper or whatever you play, you have to be prepared to take some cold damage, because the cold is kind of inevitable in the beginning because it's going to be really cold. The end of the day, which is now when it's transitioning to evening, is the warmest part of the day. So that's why we're cold, but not super cold. But particularly in the early game or when you're going long distances, you should think about using your health as a resource. So don't be afraid to get a little bit cold if it means you can achieve your destination or your goal. Don't be like cold averse. But if you are so cold that it jeopardizes your survival, then it's a different thing. So you got to figure out a balance between those things. So here we are at the Lookout Tower. We're going to go up and we're going to see what loot we can find. On Interloper you can also find the mag lens here, but we're going to do Voyager today. So we're going up to the Lookout Tower. By the way, be prepared. Wolves can run up these stairs if they're following you all the way up here. That's very rare though. I almost never had that happen. But if you have a wolf on your tail, just because you go up the stairs doesn't mean that you're safe necessarily. You'll be safe when you enter the Lookout Tower. So here we are at the Lookout Tower. Let's see what we got in here. Let's open the door, go inside, and then have a look around. First things first, we got dog food. Okay, so we got some food. And can opener. So that's great. Can opener can spawn here. That will make things easier to open. You see, if you go in the inventory, if I open this, I can actually demonstrate. If I get rid of my can opener, and then if I try to open this now, you'll see it says smashing open. Okay, smashing open. I'm going to cancel that. What happens then is that when you open it, you'll actually destroy the can and part of the food is spilled. So you get less calories. You don't actually get the 500 calories. You get less than that. If however you have a can opener, it will say opening instead, like this. So now you don't actually lose any calories. So basically that's how it works until, I think it's pretty much until cooking level 3. And when you're cooking level 3, then the smashing doesn't make a difference anymore. Okay. Then we have a hatchet.
Thank you.
That's great. We're going to use that. We have a newsprint. We can use as tinder, but we're actually going to select the newsprint and create tinder. So we have more than just that. So we're going to harvest it and we get 2 tinder plugs. I'm cold, but just barely, so this is okay. And we're going to do the same with this newsprint roll. Harvest that, we get 4 tinder plugs, and now we have 6 tinder if we want to make a fire. Alright, then you also have these spray paints. These aren't particularly useful, but they can be useful particularly if you are a new player. So what they do is they create little sprays. So here, for example, I can mark an area as clothing or to go somewhere or whatever, and it will come up on your mini-map, provided that you actually have the weather conditions to map. And that could be useful for you to indicate where you've been, or where you want to go, or where you stored something. The more experience you get with the game, the less useful this becomes, though. But for the sake of argument, let's spray this. Actually, let's... oops, my bad. Let's spray it on the outside. To access this manually, you go here in the navigation, and then choose the spray paint, and choose where you want searched. I haven't searched everything, but I'm going to. So we'll just spray, I guess, here. And then it's too dark to actually map, but normally this would come up on the map as well. Guess I could have done it in the morning. Alright, so let's keep looking. So we have a sewing kit. That's great. Going to be used for repairing clothes. And look around thoroughly, because sometimes there's stuff like underneath or something. We have a recycled can and a cooking pot. I highly recommend you carry at least 1 cooking pot. The cooking pot is much better than the recycled can, because this can allows you to cook half a liter of water, and this one allows you to create 2 liters of water. In fact, I think we should create a fire. Let me have 1 accelerant. Let me just have a look around first if there's something I can use. I don't think so. Okay, there's some loot, I'll grab that after. Let's make a fire, not because we really need it, but because we want torches. We can use the accelerant to guarantee that we actually create the fire, and then we don't waste any matches, because if you start a fire and you fail, you will use a match, so these will start depleting. So we could just use the accelerant to make a quick fire like this. And then what we can do, I'm actually not that interested in the cooking part right now, but I do want torches for light, so I'm going to grab some torches. Oh, look at that, now we can see. And then I'm going to extinguish it. I'm going to grab some more torches. I'm going to do this until the fire goes out. And they can be my light source until I find something better. I can get 1 more after this. Let's see. There we go. So now we can look, and we can use this to light a fire later. Let's keep looking here. So we got some rifle ammunition, so that's great. We don't have a rifle yet though. Then we have a book we can read. This is to fire starting. Yeah, so if you read this, you'll get some leveling up in fire starting. It only counts when you read the whole book, not increments. Then we have a hunting knife, so that's great. So we just spawned and we have that. And then here we got beef jerky. And then in here we got energy bar and painkillers. Alright. Let's have a quick look around also on the floor. Sometimes this thing's hidden. Oh, yes, there is a pry bar here. See? Always look around. Pry bars used to opening lockers and things that are locked. Alright, I think that is it. Okay, so we just spawned, then we already have a knife and a hatchet and a pry bar. That's pretty good. So let's head out of here. It's not that dark. And I made the classic mistake of opening the door on the wrong side. Alright. We're going to head back down and head to the camp office. And we can spend the night there until we can see some more stuff. So let's just do the same route that we did before. And you can do shortcuts if you want. You can just go down the ridge here or whatever you want. But at the moment we're just going to do it as like vanilla as possible, I guess you could say. I'm getting cold, so I'm going to run. We get down as soon as possible. This is run downhill here. Pretty much back to where we were. Run, 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 run. all the way down. Okay. Night is coming, but there are no wolves around yet, so we'll be okay. Then before I go to camp office, I want to check the railment, which is down here. This is the these ones, these train wagons or whatever that have tipped over. We're gonna head down here and check that out to see what we can find. So here we are. There's usually a bit of miscellaneous loot here. So here is a deer, so that's great. And there's flares. Flares are very strong torches, basically. They will keep wolves away. And they'll work in wind as well. So you don't have to worry about that. Let's see what we got in here. A bandage. Alright. And then we can do this. Sardines. Alright. Then we have a deer. I'm going to come back to this deer. First I'm going to check inside the actual trailer. We just climb this little thing here. Let's see what we got. Nothing there. And here we have another book. Actually 2 books. Gunsmithing and small arms. Revolver ammunition for the revolver. Firearm cleaning, which you can use to clean the revolver or the rifle. And whatever's in here. Chips. And a marine flare. Marine flares are like super flares. They work against timber wolves to reduce the morale if you ever were to find yourself in Bleak Inlet or Blackrock. And if you throw a torch down like this, you can grab another torch and you can light it like this. And you don't have to use another match. And here we have a deer. And as long as you have enough fuel, we don't really have much. But we can grab a few sticks. You could harvest the deer right away. And then you have some meat, you have some clothing for curing. And you'll be on your way. You don't really need to do it though, especially on Voyager. I'll do it now just to illustrate, but it's not really necessary. I think that's probably enough. Yeah. Let's run back here. I'm going to make a fire. Now on Voyager and on Pilgrim, fires work a unique way where they will always warm you up irrespective of how hot the fire is. So even if it's a blizzard outside and it's super cold, if you light a fire with just a stick, you will still warm up. On higher difficulties, that won't happen. You have to put enough fuel in to heat up the fire. But here, as you can see, even this that gives 1 degree, it basically cancels out everything. And now it's 1 degree. So let's put on some sticks here. 40 minutes. I'm going to douse this for now. And then when we click on this, see it's frozen. What you could do, you can wait until it's 50% frozen or less, in which case you can actually harvest it with your hands. See, now it won't let me use hands as a tool. And actually, if I drop my tools, drop the hatchet, drop the knives, and now click, see, it won't actually let me use it. It won't let me harvest. So if you want this and you don't have tools, then you just warm up and then harvest it. We have a knife and a hatchet, and we want the meat. So as you can see, when it's frozen, it's fast to use the hatchet or the hacksaw. But when it's not frozen, the knife is usually faster. I'm going to use this just to get the meat. How long does it take to do this? 45, 30 minutes. I'll probably do that too. 17 minutes. I don't think that'll be enough to cook this. I'm just going to take a little bit of cold damage and grab this hide. I'm not that bothered about the guts, but I do want the hide. So I'm just going to grab that. The fire died out, but that's okay. There we are. So I got the hide. I'm not going to grab the guts. I will grab those later or off a rabbit. Okay, so now we're going to move back down to the camp office. So we're cold, so I'm going to run. And just follow the train lines here. And if we see some sticks, I'll grab some sticks because we need some more wood. I think I see some sticks over here. Some of them are branches actually, so might not have. Yeah, there's some sticks. Always have many sticks on you because it makes harvesting and cooking and everything so much easier. So grab sticks. A single stick on a fire will prevent you from getting cold. But you need more than just one stick if you're actually going to do something with the fire. Alright, so we're going to go into camp office. Do a couple things. And then we'll spend the night there until morning. Let's keep running. Here's a deer, but we can't do anything about it. We have no weapons. You can't hunt at the deer with the knives. That doesn't work. So we are at the camp office, one of two favorite bases here in Mystery Lake. One is here, and the other is Trapper's Cabin. Which one you choose is entirely up to you. It doesn't really make a difference. It's just that you might want to choose the one that has a spawn in it. Because Trapper's Cabin can have a bear spawn or a moose spawn. And if you do have that, you could maybe have that as a base so that it's easier to hunt those things. But it doesn't really matter, not really. So, let's grab some more sticks. Now I'm gonna head inside. Okay, and what we're going to do now, we're going to light another torch because the one I had went out. And because I grabbed torches from the fire, I now have light sources in my hand. So I'm just going to choose a torch. It always chooses automatically the one with the highest condition, by the way. I'm going to light that. So you only spend one match. And then I'm going to cook. So before I loot anything, I'm going to go upstairs. I'm not going to use this because it only has one hob. But instead I'm going to go upstairs and use this one. And we're going to start a fire using the torch, not the matches, but the torch. Because now if I start a fire and it fails, then what happens is that I can just start the fire again and no matches have been spent. However, if I use the torch, then the condition of the torch is just use the time it takes, and that's it. So it's always better to light a torch and then start a fire rather than spending matches, unless you're guaranteed, of course, you know. So yeah, so let's start a fire. And how are we looking with water? We have no water, so we're gonna put some sticks on here. And what we're going to do, we're going to put this big cooking pot. We're going to cook 1 liter of water, which should take about an hour. And then we're going to put on this big piece of venison. Boom. That takes an hour as well. So the good thing now is that this will basically do its own thing now for an hour. And while that's cooking, I can do other stuff. First thing I'm going to do is drop this hide on the ground, just like this. And now this hide is curing, so I can, when it's cured, I can use it for crafting. Okay, now with that done, why don't we look around? So we got shoes, ketchup chips, and we have bedroll. But we already have a bedroll. You spawn with a bedroll. On Interloper you don't. So this is just cloth for us, or a backup. You have a book, which you don't need these, but it might be an idea to carry one of these because they have a very high chance of succeeding a fire. So you might want to have one just to make sure that you can light a fire. Then we have the cupboard. We can make tinned out of this. Painkillers. The letter, which I don't really read that, but take it anyway. And then we're going to look for the maglens, which can be one in 4 places. It can be up here behind these crates, but it's not there. It can also be under this bed. And it is under this bed. There it is, yeah. There you go. So that's the maglens found. If you don't find the maglens under the bed or over there, you can also find it over here. Here in this corner, behind these boxes here, like lying about there. And if it's not there either, light a torch. It's not there either, then check here behind the corner. There, right there. The maglens will usually be in one of those 4 places. If you still look in those 4 places and you don't find the maglens, then it will be in the lookout tower where we were earlier, or in Trapper's cabin. If you don't find it in any of those 6 locations, then you just didn't look close enough. It'll always be there. And the mag lens is great because the mag lens does not deteriorate in its condition. This will be 99 for pretty much forever, unless it gets damaged by a bear attack or something. And that means that whenever it's sunlight, you can start a fire without spending matches. Isn't that great? So let's look around then. We'll look at more books.
Nobody needs this anymore.
We got lantern fuel. I'm looking around on the ground as well. Nothing there. We got more bandages laying about. And then we have this. Stim. These are great. These basically give you full stamina and fatigue and allow you to sprint continuously without getting tired for about 60 seconds. And they're great if you are very low on health and need to get somewhere very fast. Use it in emergency only. Antiseptic, if you get bitten by a wolf or bear, use this to clean the wound. This is to clear water, so instead of boiling the water, you just melt the water and then you put these tablets in. Then there's not much around here. I guess we can use these for wood. On here there is a line, and you can combine this line with this hook. This hook, I think, is always there to make a fishing tackle. Fishing tackles can be used for, wouldn't you know, fishing, and also for clothing repair and crafting, if you don't have a sewing kit. Chocolate, chocolate, chocolate. Alright, sounds like that's getting close. Let's also look here. There was a drink here I saw. Yeah. If you ever want to break down things like chairs, you can, and sometimes there's loot behind it. Alright, let's keep looking. I don't think it's fully done yet. Okay, we got another cooking pot and jerry can. The important thing about the jerry can, I'll talk more about it if I find a lantern, is... Oh, what's that? Is that... Oh, okay. You don't want to ever empty this, because if it's emptied, it disappears. It will despawn. So always leave a little bit left, because you can refill it. If you have this in your inventory when you cook fish, the fish oil becomes lamp oil and it goes in the jerry can. Oh, it got dark. Let me head back upstairs. See how the cooking's going. Is it done? It is done. 2 minutes, okay. And you can take this food here, now I leveled cooking, and you can just eat it, or you can save it for later. I'm going to eat it because if I avoid starvation for 3 days straight, then I get something called well fed. And well fed means that I get 5% extra health. I can carry 5 kilos more. So it's just better. Then I'm going to take this drink. And before this blows out, put that in there. We're going to put this to cook. That takes 30 minutes, so let's make half a liter. And grab another torch. Let's keep looting up here, because we didn't finish here. So let's do this. Jeans. Alright, socks. I'll look at all of this later. I'm going to loot everything first, and then I'm going to do inventory. More jeans. Yeah, okay. Alright, let's loot the rest of downstairs. So in here, there's usually some coffee and things. So let's loot this. Extra matches. There are certain matches in the world that are guaranteed. So certain places you'll find matches always. Mystery Lake is actually unique, that it's one of the only regions in the game that do not have any guaranteed matches that you can find. Except for the mag lens, like I explained earlier. That one's always there. But no matches. But you do have the mag lens, and you can find flares and things. But you can find matches like these just randomly around. And if you are careful with matches, like I'm doing now, with using torches all the time, you are going to be swimming in matches at the end of it. Herbal tea, if you make a tea with this,
Nobody needs this anymore.
you basically drink it before you sleep and you heal more health. Oh, you gotta look everywhere because there's beans. And then we have more spray, we don't need that. I can place it here though. And I think that is it. We could have a look in here. I always check here, but I don't think there's usually anything in here. But sometimes going in here refreshes your vision and you're like, oh, I missed, you know, whatever. So that was it loot wise. So let's go upstairs. And that's got 13 minutes. So while that's doing that, I'm going to douse that. I'm going to harvest these torches that are burned out. If you click action and harvest, you get a stick. So we're going to do that. And the other one too. And now this is almost cooked. That's boiled. We'll take that, pick that up. 4 minutes. Let's grab another torch. And then we're going to go to bed. So just before it gets dark, I'm just going to make sure I stand next to a bed so I know where to basically go. I'm going to douse this. Wait for it to get ready. And then I will grab it. And there, that's it. Then we're going to sleep. When you go to sleep, you want to sleep. Well, you want to sleep as long as possible, because the way sleep works is that the longer you sleep, it activates multipliers that allows you to heal more. So if you sleep increments of 1 hour at a time, you will only heal roughly 1% or so per hour as you sleep. But if you sleep 10 hours, eventually progresses to heal 2% per hour, and then 3 and 4 and 5 and so on. On Voyager, you need to sleep 12 hours if you want to. Just make sure you have enough calories stored, because if you don't, you'll get hungry while you sleep, and then you start losing health. Losing health is bad. In this case, though, we are almost full health anyway, but we do need to sleep about 9 hours or so to be fully rested. So we're going to do that. We're going to sleep 9 hours. Let's go. You don't have to worry about being cold in indoor locations. Indoor locations will pretty much always have the same temperature, so you won't be cold. All right, so now it's daylight. I'm going to click on this stove because I want the charcoal. The charcoal is used to map things, which I'll show in a minute. No, oh, and like here we have a blank map, so we want to do mapping. Now, before we head out, we need to do some inventory managing. First, we're still hungry. So I'm going to eat this. And I'm going to have this drink as well. Stacy's grape soda, named after Stacy Plays, who is a streamer. And the conditions of food indicates like a risk of food poisoning. So eating this, for example, could give me food poisoning. Same with things like these. But this one with drinks, you don't usually get food poisoning. So even if it's low, you can drink the drinks. So I'm going to get rid of that, and then have some water. This is on top of things. All right, boom. All right, so now I want to do some inventory because I got a lot of stuff. We'll come back to this later. So if I look at my inventory, I have excess things. I have all these books, right? So I'm going to put these books, I'm going to read these another time, put them in here. And then I have 2 of these. We don't need that. So I'm going to take that one, put that in there. We don't need 12 painkillers. So we'll put this in there. I don't think I'm going to use these water tablets anytime soon. We'll put that in there. We'll come back to clothing. This will all take. Here we have 2 cooking pots. And I usually do carry 2 cooking pots with me. But today we're going to just take 1. We'll leave all this in here. The ammunition I'm just going to carry because it weighs almost nothing. This we won't be needing. The jerry can we won't be needing. Let's put that in there too. And these we could keep for now. I guess that's it. Oh, this also. Okay. And yeah. Then before I head out, I want to do some crafting. So now it weighs less. First, let's check out the clothing we found. So we found another pair of jeans. Let's put that on. And then what about the other one? Is that better or worse? It's worse. Found some socks and found some shoes that are also worse. So we can harvest these shoes. I'm going to do that later though, because harvesting leather shoes takes a long time and I don't want to do that right now. So we're going to put that in here. At the moment I don't have a system for things. I'm just putting stuff in to know where they all are. And then there's a few things we can do. We're going to go on crafting here. And we can make tinder out of the newspaper stuff. So let's do that because we always need tinder. So let's get that out of the way. Then we can make this, the dressing. We don't need that anymore. I'm still going to make it though. I'll explain why. And then we have the teas. We can make 2 of these teas, take 50 minutes each. So we can use those to make a tea we can drink. Let's craft all that stuff. All right. So we now have this. This does exactly the same as this. But one reason you might want to carry these instead is the weight. So you see this weight is 0.1 and this is 0.7. So this is heavier. So for that reason, it's actually better to carry this. I would recommend though probably carrying 2 of them because you can get 2 bites from a wolf or bear. So you should really have 2, but I'll make another one on the way. So until then, I'm going to put this in so I have more carry capacity. This is nearing full, but that's okay. Okay, so that's great. Into my stuff. And then also this. I can make a fishing tackle from that, which is here, which is just done by normal crafting. And I can use that for fishing. But if you are going fishing, I would make more than 1 fishing tackle. Just, you know, make a few. You need scrap metal for the hook, and you need to use the workbench for that. For the line, you need cured guts and also a workbench. So yeah. Okay. And then there's one more thing we can do if we want to. This is Voyager, so it's much easier, but we could. You notice we don't have a hat. We don't have a hat. And that means when we go outside, we could get a frostbite risk because we don't have anything to cover our head. So what we can do is we can craft the head here, improvised head wrap. We need 2 cloth, so we need to get that. Easiest way to get that is to grab curtains. So if you go over here, you can grab the curtain, and it gives you, I'm just gonna use my hands, because if you use the knife, you use the condition of the knife, but we don't really need it. So I'm gonna grab 2 cloth from here, and then 2 cloth from here. I think I'm also going to grab this. Already getting late in the day, but that's all right. And then I'm going to craft this head wrap. You can also make gloves, but we already have gloves, so we don't need that. So I'm going to make this. Sewing kit takes 30 minutes. I can also use a fishing tackle, but it takes longer. We're going to use the sewing kit. All right. And there we are. Now we have a hat. So we're protected from frostbite. I would recommend carrying some cloth on you. And in fact, we could use some now to repair things. This one is very good, so this is going to be used for a while, same with this, and this is good, and it's quite low condition, so I'm actually going to repair this, and that takes 30 minutes, so let's do that. Assuming you succeed, which I didn't, so let's, you actually use the cloth if you fail, so because you can actually fail craft repairing, I'm going to repair the rest later. You might want to wait to repair things like leather stuff until you hire sewing skill, because the your leather is rarer, not a lot rarer, but a little bit. All right, so we're going to put this in here, and then we are ready to go. So let's put that in there. All right, let's also have a let's eat this. If you're not sure about the condition and you're worried about food poisoning, you can always wait to eat these until you go to bed. Because if you go to bed and get food poisoning, you can just pretty much sleep off. It's not a big deal. I need more water, but that's okay. Okay, it's late in the day, but not that late. What we're going to do now, we're going to do some more looting. And what we'll do is we'll head towards, I think we can maybe do Trapper's Cabin later, or should I do it first? We'll do it first, I think. Yeah, we'll go to Trapper's Cabin first, because it's a high loot location. There's a lot of places you can loot in Mystery Lake, and they're not all you know, big places. We're also going to check for the prepper cache on the way. I'll see if I can remember where all of them are, but there should be 1 prepper cache here in Mystery Lake. and it can be in 1 out of I think 9 locations. We're gonna try and find it. So basically, on this difficulty, there'll be a hidden bunker that you can find, which will have, I think it's food, weapons, or firewood, or medicine, I think is the 4th one. And they can be in 1 of 9 different locations. The game will choose 1 of the 9, and then I think it randomly picks 1 of the types as well. Alright, so now, oh, the wolves are out. So now we have our first encounter with a wolf, right? So what I can do first is I can crouch. And when you crouch, the wolf doesn't detect you as easily. He has to get quite close to you to actually see you. Now, if he does come close, I can light a torch or a flare. But let's say that I'm really stingy and I don't want to use matches. Wow, I found a mag lens, didn't I? And it's sunny. So what I could do is I could just make a fire with the mag lens and say a book. And then I can grab a torch or light a torch with it. And then when you know it, I haven't spent any matches on anything. It's basically free fire. And then I can scare it off. If you haven't seen any of the other videos where I show how to get rid of wolves, I'll demonstrate it now with this wolf. It's pretty straightforward, really. Let's grab a torch. Boom.
Oh, yeah.
Alright. Okay, so there are many ways you can scare off wolves. Sometimes they'll just flee from you right away, which they didn't right now. In which case they're going for you. You can hear the music change, they're growling. You can throw the torch at them, but if you miss, they just ignore it. The easiest way is to just grab a stone in your inventory and aim it at the wolf like this. Choose a stone, the character will drop the torch, then you aim at the wolf, and then the wolf will run away. In this case, it seems to have bugged a little bit, so let's do that again. Basically lost interest instead. Hey Wolfie, here I am. Oh yeah, okay, so again, select this. Don't panic if it charges. Torch goes down, it charges, it growls, you aim at it, it runs away. Bye. It's scary because they charge and you're like, oh no, what's happening? But as long as you have a torch, as long as you have this, the wolf will always stop its attack. Oh, the wolf is actually going for a deer. This is an unusual situation. Oh, see? The wolf is going for a deer. If the wolf gets close enough and manages to take down the deer, you could actually scare the wolf away and take the deer for yourself, which we will be doing if he manages. If he starts a charge, he should manage, but as you can see, the detection range for the deer is longer than it is for the wolf. So unless he gets very close, that deer should be fine. It might get caught here though in the walls. Let's see what happens with the wolf. In which case we can take advantage of it. I think it now ran too close to the wolf, maybe. No. And also the deer can run all the way up in like weird walls and things, so it's not exactly always useful. But let's just have a quick look here. Let's say we wanted lots of food, and this is a way to get it early. It's also kind of running. There's more wolves that way, so this deer is actually likely to be dead. But I'm not sure how smart it is to cook a deer close to so many different wolves and stuff. So I think we'll just leave this. If the wolves get it, they can have a dinner. Bye there. Have a good one. Yeah, I think it's still chasing it. We'll leave that. Let's head back to what we're doing. So yes, that's how you scare wolves. Just have a torch or a fire source. Doesn't have to be a torch. It can be a campfire that's burning or a flare. Not a lantern, but any kind of fire. And then you just aim at the wolf with anything. Stone works, but it could also be revolver, the bow, flare gun, rifle, and it will run away. And then we have crow feather, which we use to make arrows. Nothing on this guy. And then we want to go this way to get to trappers. However, one of the possible preppers cache spawns are up here, so I'm going to just check to see if it's here. I don't remember precisely where it is, but I know roughly. Climbing up hills like this spends a bit more energy and calories, but it's so minor that it's not a big deal. So let's see, it should be, if it is here, it's around the corner, I believe. Let's see if there is anything here. I don't think so. I think we would have seen it by now. I think so, yeah. I don't think the prepper cache is here. Alright. Unless I missed it. If you saw it and I didn't, then let me know. Alright, how many torches do I have? 4, okay, yeah. Now we're approaching an area called Deadfall. I think that's what it's called, Deadfall area. Which is just like a burnt down hut. And that's pretty much it. I'm gonna grab some sticks. Grab all this. Usually you'll find a cooking pot here. Maybe a couple misc things. There's some teas you can make. Let's continue lighting torches. The torch will actually give you warmth as well. Not a lot of warmth though, but a little bit. And it can be useful. I'll take this wood. And then we got a lot of plants and things. I'm going to grab a couple of these mushrooms just for illustration purposes really. Because you can make reishi tea with these. And reishi tea will act the same way as antibiotics. So if you get an infection or food poisoning or whatever, you can use those. Okay. Over there, there's just deer and rabbits. Over this way though, there's birch and stuff at the end. But we want to go over here to Max's last stand. So we're going to go over this ridge here. And there can be a bear that patrols this area. So let's just head over here. And see what we got. Let's see here, you can hear the crows. There's the bear. We're not going to mess with the bear. You need a weapon for that. A wolf you could kill without a weapon, because if you enter a struggle and hit him with the axe or the knife, the wolf will bleed out and it will die eventually. Not with a hammer or crowbar though. Circling crows, if you didn't know, circling crows indicate a carcass or corpse, meaning loot and or food. But if the crows are flying overhead, like these crows, for example, or right on cue, these crows, they don't mean anything. A lot of people think that these mean that the weather changes or something like that, but they don't mean anything. They're just ambience and they're triggered during certain times of day and under certain weather conditions. But these crows, they mean something. They mean carcass. Now, Max here, he very often has a hatchet, so we're going to grab that. We already have one, but... And we'll also see what Max had on him before he died. He had nothing. Thank you anyway for the hatchet. Look around for some feathers. Don't see any feathers actually. No, it's not important. Okay. Then we're going to head to Trappers itself. Maybe we'll find a weapon there. We will be safe from the bear because the bear is patrolling over there, so we won't be meeting him. I'm going to grab some more sticks. And food-wise, I don't think we need any food really at the moment. If you want hot fuel, you can here go into this cave that's just over here in there. And you can grab coal in there. That leads to Milton, that area. Here there's usually a deer carcass. Not today though, but very often there's a deer carcass here. Nothing in here either. In this location here you can find a moose. If this is your moose location, the moose will regularly spawn here with long intervals. But if you have your moose spawn somewhere else, it can randomly spawn here in addition. Moose spawns are primarily detected by markings, so I will point them out if I see them, these brown markings. Before I head into Trappers itself, I'm going to check over here, because there's usually saplings and a few other things there. Let's see. I might grab a rabbit. So we're going to grab these saplings to cure. These are used to make arrows. We don't really need the bow, but if we do find one or make one, we can use these. So I'm going to grab all of these. They won't grow back, just so you know. Alright, there's often a backpack or something down here. I have to make a fire soon. Is there a backpack or something? Doesn't look like there is one today. Okay. I can maybe grab a rabbit. One thing that happens if I drop this torch, see the rabbits run away because they're afraid of the fire. One way you can circumvent that is to instead go in your inventory and then just drop it like this. Then they won't get afraid. And then you just snipe them. Oh, I took too long. I was trying to do 2 in 1 and I messed that up. That's alright, we'll just do it again. Hopefully before this torch burns out. You can't grab a rabbit quickly with your hands, that doesn't work. As you can see, you can get really close when you crouch. So close in fact that you can just do that. Let's see if the torch is burning out. It's still burning, okay. Let's grab that. Oh my god, okay. And let's head inside. And let's quickly, once we get inside, try to light a fire before this torch burns out so we keep the fire going. So let's go to this first and give this a go. Go. If I fail, then the fire's lost because I ran out of torches. Carrying torches around like I've been doing is something you don't need to do. Oh, I did fail. But on high difficulties is highly recommended because you always get wolves out of the way. But on lower difficulties it's not that important. Just always have a torch ready. That's what matters. And we're going to harvest this and we'll make a fire after. So let's actually loot Trapper's Cabin. This is Trapper's Cabin. And you usually get quite good loot in here. It's not bad. And around here we have the Revolver. Isn't that nice? So that's going to come in handy. I'll walk through how this works a bit later, but it's great. It needs some repairing though. Then I'm going to look around on the floor because very often on the floor there'll be little hidden things. Here we have a rifle cartridge. And you just got to make sure that you don't miss anything. So I like looking around on the floor before I'm distracted looting just to make sure that I actually am looking. And here you go. We have a Revolver cartridge that I missed completely. And then that we can put up there. We got the wood and then this note and also the mag lens. If you don't find any camp office, it'll be here in the corner of that chair right there. It's wood and then I think that's about it. Yeah. Okay. Then we'll keep looking. We got some rifle ammo here that's going to be useful. Another can opener, which we don't really need, but we'll take it. Then we have some peaches. And by the way, if you cook peaches or the beans or tomato soup, you'll level up cooking and you also get warm doing it. But the dog food doesn't give that effect, so you just eat that. Then we have MRE, which is the best food in the game, at least on this difficulty. It gives you lots of calories, MRE. Gonna wait with the safe. Then you have the shooting guide. And important thing about this guide is that if you should read this up to before level 4 rifle firearm. If you read it after you reach level 4 with the rifle, it won't let you read it because you're basically too experienced. So read them before. Instead, you can find another book called Guns, 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 which is like a rare or advanced book. And that one you can read it whenever you want, but you really want to save those books for when you reach level 4 because that's the best time to read it. So if you find that one, you should keep it. But this one we can read later to level up. Shooting, sorry. And we have cardboard matches, basically slightly worse version than regular matches. Accelerant tools, used for some crafting and repairing. Comes in handy. Snares to catch rabbits. I'll show you that a bit later. And then we have some food. And another firearm cleaning kit, another sewing kit, and we have some chocolate. Scrap metal, we don't really need it right now, so we'll leave that, I think. Check the drawers. Soda and beef jerky. Alright. And the safe. Now the safe is actually quite straightforward. Some people don't really understand how this works, but if you've done any kind of bank robbery thing, it's very easy. You just, oh, that was that was quick. You just turn towards one way, and once you find the number, you turn the other way. If it doesn't work, you gotta go back over 0 again and start again. So then you go over to number 4 in this case, then you go the opposite direction, right? So we went right and then we go left, just like those old bank heist movies there are, you know, until you hear a click. And let's keep going until we find it. Oh, okay, that was very close. It usually isn't this easy. That's 53. And then we go back again and find the third number. And you can do it fast if you like. Oh, okay, that was very, very fast. You can do it fast to figure out what it is and then do it again. In this case, it was really easy. Number 4. We have 53, and we have, I think it was 9 or something, or 8 maybe. Okay, and then we open it. Now the thing is that you usually get quite good loot inside these safes. You can just get boring loot like a book or something, but usually you find something good like a stim or a good jacket or something. So let's see what we got. We got a stim. The stim is great. Cash, which is just Tinder. And that's it. Stim is good, so we got that. Let's keep looting. And loot that. Yeah. Oh, more tea.
Well, this stuff will come in handy.
And then we got the backpack. Thing there. Tinder, antiseptic, bandage, and then this. Light shell. And we can put that on. And then we have this.
Pack is getting kind of heavy.
Blue bandage. Antibiotics. Alright. So we got a few things there. I'm going to actually eat some stuff. First I'm going to harvest this. I'm going to use the knife to harvest all of it, because it's faster. And I might actually stay the night here as well, because it's just easier. We could cook this, but I don't know if I have anything else that needs cooking. We have too much stuff also, we need to take it back. But yeah, we could cook it, but what we could do instead, we could leave it outside. And I'll use it for another demonstration. If you leave meat outside, it deteriorates slower. It's basically like a fridge. I might actually need to make a fire anyway. Because of water. Unless I have drinks. I guess I kind of have drinks. We'll see. Okay. Let's get the gun out. So there's the revolver. I'll explain more how that works later. But for now, let's reload it. And I'm actually not going to clean it. Just in case it jams. So you can see what happens when that occurs. It's not good. Okay, now it's quite late. Let's see, we could read, but snare I could show before we go to bed. Oh, yeah, we also want to drop this on the floor. Start the curing process. We also want to drop the saplings on the floor. Start those curing. And then I think that's probably it. Let's go outside. And the way snares work is that you just place them in an area that has rabbit spawns. So here are the rabbits. If you place it here though, it's too far away. You gotta be a bit closer. So you just go to somewhere where you often see rabbits. So in this case, like here is fine. And then you just place it like this. You choose it in Campcraft. Choose the snare, place it, and then you have to wait for a while. It happens off camera. Even if a rabbit runs through this, it won't make a difference. Okay, let's go back inside. We can check that snare in the morning. And then I think there isn't anything else, is there? No. So what we're going to do, we're going to get some rest. And I'm actually going to eat. Let's see. I think we'll eat this. We'll eat this actually, the dog food, because you can't cook that. I like saving the canned ones for later because you can cook it. So I like waiting a bit. I'm gonna have that, and I'm gonna have my drinks to get some hydration as well. I think we'll just drink the water. I think that'll be sufficient. Yeah, it's basically full. All right, then we're going to sleep. We can only sleep 9 hours, but that's okay. We'll put 10 though, just to see what happens. And then we can start the next day. See if we get a rabbit or something. So let's go to sleep. All right, so we're fully rested, but still a little bit early. I think I'm gonna wait until daylight before I do anything else. I'm gonna maintain my hunger. So I'm starting to get hungry, but I have quite a lot of food, and I want to maintain it to make sure I get a well-fed bonus. I'm not gonna cook these two though, because they will give cooking skill as I do it. Instead, I'm gonna get rid of some of these other things. MRE will give the most, but I'm gonna get rid of this one. Anything else that's decent condition, really. We do need water though, so I think maybe what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to make a fire. Before I do that, I'm going to check outside quickly to see if there is a rabbit in the trap. Oh, there's the bear. Mr. Bear is coming. A moose. Let's check the trap. No rabbit in the trap yet. Okay. Let's take this. Now, of course, if we're making fire to make water, we might as well cook it. Let's go inside, and we can do some multitasking while we do all this stuff. Now, unfortunately, my torch burned out, so I can't use the torch to light the fire. I could use a flare that achieves the same thing, but I'd rather keep the flares for something else. And seeing as I found some cardboard matches, I'm just going to do that. I could use accelerant as well, but these cardboard matches are so abundant on Voyager. The wood matches are less abundant. You'll find them in specific locations and also randomly here and there. But the cardboard matches, there's lots and lots of them. So I'm going to try and start a fire with the cardboard matches. And if I fail, it's not the end of the world. It will still be okay. So let's give it a go. And it looks like we managed. Nice. So let's put on the fur. I like putting the fur wood on because it weighs a lot. So let's put that in. We can also put a few sticks in here. Let's put like 3 hours. I mean, that's all right. And just so you can see what I'm doing, I'm going to grab one of these. We need a few torches anyway. Like that. There we are. And let's go one more. Okay. And we can take this, place that down there. By the way, if you didn't know how to move things, whenever things are on the ground or whatever, you just, on a computer, you right click and then you move things around. It does work on consoles too. I don't know what the button, I think it's the same button you aim with. All right, I'm going to make some water. I'm going to make 2 liters here. And then you can use the cooking pot to cook the meat. You'll very often see the players, and including me, very often will do this instead. We'll put this on top like this. As you can see, it takes longer to cook. 35 minutes, 34 minutes now. While if you put it in a cooking pot, it's 27 minutes. So the cooking pot is faster than putting it on there. But you'll still see some players, including myself, very often what we'll do is to still cook it on the actual surface, and that's just because of laziness, because it's faster to like click and drag and click and place it rather than clicking on the pot and stuff. But this is faster. We got 20 minutes, 23 minutes. What we're going to do in the meantime is to go here, and we have some reishi to make. This takes 15, so I'm going to make one of these. I'm going to get dehydrated a little bit, but that's okay. Then we have 6 minutes till ready, and I'm just going to pass time. Do it like this. Boom. And I'm just going to eat this rabbit right away. No point keeping it around. And there's a little trick you can use. This still takes a while before it's melting. I don't have the water things, but what you can do if you want to get a little bit of water without having to wait so long and not be dehydrated, what you can do is, this is what I call this the Thomasina trick, because she's the one who did it first, that I saw at least anyway. What you do, you start cooking some water, right? And you just wait a little bit until it says 14 minutes or something, yeah, like that. Now what happens is if I take the water, you see what it does is that it adds 0.07 liters of water that is unsafe. I can drink this if I want to, and I'll probably be alright, but I can get dysentery if I drink this. So what I can now do is I can take this water, choose water, and boil water. You see, somehow the character magically picks up the unboiled water from the snow. I guess he kind of drains the snow that's been melting, I suppose. And this only takes 2 or 3 minutes to boil, right? It's a very, very low amount of water, but in just like a couple of in-game minutes, I can get a small amount of water boiled, and I can drink it, and even though it's not a lot, I am no longer dehydrated, right? So now I'm not actually losing any health anymore, and I can do this again. I can just do it so that I have a little bit, maybe enough for this. This is going to take another hour or something. So I can just do that to make sure that I maintain a little bit of hydration while I'm doing the rest to avoid any kind of damage. So I can take this and then do it again. So now I can do the same thing. Boil what I had. And then I can maintain hydration until this finishes. So it's a great, it doesn't make a big difference, particularly on something like Voyager, where the health regenerates a lot while sleeping. But if you're ever in a dire situation where you are losing health, maybe you're low on health, and you desperately need a little bit of water to just stop taking damage, this is a trick you could do. Water dehydration costs you 2% health per in-game hour. The way health works is that as long as your meters are full, you regenerate health of 1% per hour, and then a lot more in sleeping. However, each meter drains your health differently. So if you go hungry, you'll lose 1% health per hour. If you are thirsty, it's 2% per hour. And if you're tired, it's also 1% per hour. So if you're tired, thirsty, and hungry, it's then 4% per hour. Cold is the worst. If you're cold, it's 20% per hour. So yeah, try not to get too cold. All right, so this is 50 minutes. We could put on another 1.5 liters, I guess. Right, it's time to cook. We don't want that to take that 1 liter. Yeah, that's more like it. And then we still have a few more things to make here. We can make more reishi, so we can do that. We could make another one of these, but we don't really need it, I suppose. We got enough tinder, I think, but we can make one more just to have it from sticks. And do we have anything else? We don't want to read this yet. We have a lot of food and stuff, I guess, yeah. And I could polish this, but I'm not going to, because I want to see if it jams so you can see how that works. I could polish this with the whetstone, so the whetstone polishes an axe or a knife. I could do that. And let's see. 5 minutes and 17 minutes. Maybe do that one more time and then we're done. All right, so now this is boiled. Let's have a big drink. And I'm going to take the pot. And remember, I like carrying one pot. Well, on my main, when I play Interlope, I usually carry 2 of these. But today we'll have a small one and a big one. Let's do it that way instead. And then we can take this and we can leave it. And then I'm going to grab one torch. And then I'm going to look outside to see if there's a rabbit. And And there isn't a rabbit. That's a shame. Now, going back inside before we head out. A couple things to note before we leave. So, these things that are curing. So we have rabbit and we have guts. I could take all of these things with me and just carry them with me and then drop them next time I cure. Another thing you could do is just leave them here, because if I take these things, the saplings and the pelt, that's okay. But if I take this, I'm going to start stinking. So if you notice right now, if I click on this and grab it, see I get a stink line now. So now I'm more attractive to predators. So to reduce that risk, you could just leave it here, right? This is going to take 5 days to cure, and it's 11%, so it's practically 0. So in 5 days I could come back. So now it's day 3. When it's day 8 or so, it will be cured. Same with this, that's 3 days. This is 4 days, so it's about the same. So on day 8 or so, this will all be cured. So what I could do is, let me grab a torch. What I could do is I could go in my journal, and here, this is the custom journal, my notes, and I could put Trapper's Cabin, 5 birch saplings, one gut, and 1 rabbit hide. And if I want, I could put cured by day 8, for example. So now I could just go about and do everything else, and I can come back for this later, because it's fairly close to my main base anyway, and when it's cured I can use it. Of course I need more guts and more rabbit hides to actually make something, but now I know where it is, I won't forget later. If you're watching this, I'm sure a lot of you have varied playstyles. Some of you might play for hours on end, but some of you might also play for 20 minutes or 30 minutes or on the Switch or something. And then you start doing something, and then you have a break for a few days, or maybe a week or 2, and you already forgotten what you were doing. What was I doing again? I can't remember what I was doing. And then what did I put something to cure some? Where did I put my hacksaw? I don't remember, you know. So it's very easy to forget. The other things here, I don't really need to carry these 2, for example. It's too much, or 2 of these. But I'm going to carry them for now, because I'm going to actually take them back to the main base. And then from there, start storing stuff. And if I'm too heavy, I'll drop it somewhere. For now, we're done with Trapper's Cabin. So what we're going to do now, we're going to go to the Unnamed Pond, which is to the north, and see if we can find any kind of bow or something. Now, another thing to note, oof, it's foggy. Oh, wow. It's quite cold out. That's because it's early in the morning. When it's early in the morning, it's very cold, as you can see, minus 20. The way it works is that it's now going to, from the morning, it's going to get progressively warmer and warmer throughout the day. It's warmest in the afternoon, like early evening, then it's very warm. And then once it gets night, it starts getting colder and colder and colder. And then it will keep getting colder until morning. Morning is therefore the coldest, and then it starts warming up again. So it's quite cold. So now that it's morning, we have daylight, but it may not be the best time to go out just because it's daylight. Oh, ow, because it's so cold. Another thing is that it's actually foggy, which is not great. And that means this is actually heavy fog. That means we have to be a little bit careful of wolves, because they can get closer without us realizing. If you're not sure where you're going, you're not really confident with your surroundings and where everything is, then just don't go out. Just wait for the fog to go away and then go out. There we have a deer or a carcass. Actually both this time. I'm going to grab some feathers for arrow crafting, in case I do that. And I'm actually going to get rid of this torch and just keep the other 2. I don't really need the torch right now. Let's get rid of that. Unless I want to harvest this stuff, of course. Usually the corpse or the carcass will always be here. There are exceptions. Now, if you don't really know your way around the fog, it's best just wait it out until it clears. If you're in the open, like I am now, let me just, by the way, I'm going to get rid of the pane so you guys can see better. if you're in the open like I am now and you don't really know where you are and you feel like you're not confident enough to navigate, then you could just make a fire and warm and wait it out. A fog doesn't usually last more than a few in-game hours, so you can make some water or something, do bits and bobs, you know, and then pass time. I know where I'm going though, so I'm gonna keep going in the fog. I'm gonna have my revolver out, the revolver which is in low condition, just to see how it jams. Basically when a rifle or a revolver jams, the bullet becomes lodged in the gun and you have to eject the bullet before you can fire it again. So if you are aiming at a wolf and it's charging you and it jams, yeah, then you're in a bit of trouble. You gotta reload fast. But I'm gonna avoid repairing it just to see if it does happen, just so you can see how that works. But normally you'd want to repair your guns as much as you can. So now we're approaching the unnamed pond. This is a great area. Beware, there can be a bear in this area. This hunter's blind very often has good loot. It can have, I think it can have a bow here on Voyager, and you can find hacksaw and some other stuff. So, oh, we do have a bow, yeah. So this is where you can find the bow. Slightly damaged, but okay. We have a rifle round, but no rifle yet. We have milk. And we don't have any arrows, so we can't actually hunt with the bow. So there's that. And then we got some more mushrooms and things, but we don't really need them. But if you want more food, there are cattails around as well that we can also grab. I think the fog is lifting a little bit. So cattails, if you ever need food, there's a lot of cattails in the game. About 2,000 in total. Each of them give 150 calories. So if you need food, you can always grab a bunch of cattails and eat those. And when I say cattails, I really mean cattail stalks. The cattail heads you can use for tinder. Okay. What I'm going to do now... Oh, has another carcass. I'm not going to touch it. Once you touch it, I haven't tested it fully, but if I just leave this carcass, it will eventually deteriorate. It will eventually like just stay there forever. But once I interact with it, it will start to deteriorate. So I'm not going to touch it. But there is an arrow though, so I'm going to take the arrow. 100% arrow. You can use an arrow 4 times if you hit it. Now, I'm going to go this way to a cabin that's there. But before I do that, I'm going to check a prepper cache position, which is around here somewhere. I think it's up here. Might have to come back when it's not so foggy. But it should be up here somewhere. This is one of the possible spawns for a prepper cache. So I'm just going to check quickly. Now, I normally play on Interloper, and Interloper does not have the prepper cache, so forgive me if I'm not particularly precise on where it is, but I believe it should be up here somewhere. Let me just have a little look around. I think it's over here. I could be wrong though, but I think it's over here. Let me just see... I think it would have been, I think I would have seen it now if it was here. I believe. I think so, yeah. I will just for the sake of argument though, I'll go a bit over this just to have a look. So let's just go over here, but I don't think it is here. It's already gone past where it could have been. But I don't mind going around, just for the sake of exploration. No, there's no prepper cache here, as far as I know. Okay, so we're going to head to this cabin to warm up. So let's just do that. And then we can look for the next prepper cache. So we're going to head down here. Going to take my revolver out in case the bear is around. I don't think there is a bear though, or if it is, it's hibernating. Down here is the lake again. Over that. And what we're going to do, we're going to go over this ridge here. Don't worry if you're not sure where I am, because it is foggy. But I'm basically on the western bank of Mystery Lake. So over here there should be a little cabin. And this is a cabin kind of like in the middle of nowhere. But it's a good cabin to know, because this is a possible moose spawn. Here it is. It doesn't have any particular name, it's just cabin. And let's go inside. But before we do, let me just look around. There's some rabbits.
First aid soon.
And grab one stone just to have it. Sometimes there's a corpse here. You can also sometimes find a pry bar. Let's just have a look around here. Nothing really. No. Then we're going to go inside. See what there is in here. And we have an MRE, which is fantastic. Lots of food. We'll take another book for fire. Lantern fuel. Anything else? Yep, we have pork and beans. And let's look around. Sometimes there's stuff behind this chair, but I'm not going to break it down just for the sake of doing that. I might grab this cloth here though. And I'm going to sleep a little bit just to warm up. So I'm going to eat first. And now I think I'm going to eat the MRE. We'll eat the high condition MRE. Remember that the lower condition it is, the higher the chance of food poisoning. How high it is depends a bit on the type of food. So for example, this should be fine no matter what. This might give me food poisoning. This probably won't give me food poisoning. This might give me so on. But I could eat this and be fine. But it's better to eat low condition food before you're going to sleep, because then you can just cure the food poisoning and go to sleep. But if you do it when you're not going to sleep, and when I say going to sleep, I mean sleeping for a night, like a whole sleep.
I need to find food.
So I'm going to eat this. I'm probably going to eat more or less the whole thing. There we go. Have a drink also. We're not far from getting well fed as well. So I'm going to sleep 2 hours to warm up a bit, and hopefully the fog will have dissipated as well. That would be good. All right. We still have a day for well fed. Okay. I'm slightly heavy. It doesn't really matter that I'm heavy, but it does mean that sprain risk goes up, and I still have a sprain that goes away in 2 hours. So I think I'm going to dump something. We don't really need this. Let's get rid of that for now anyway. And is there anything else to get rid of? I guess I don't really need to have 2 stones. All right, let's check the weather outside. All right, so it's cleared up. Great. Now it's be easy to see. So I came from over there. When I looked for the prepper cache, I came down from up here. And you can actually sometimes find a sapling up here as well. We're not going to do that now though. But back there is Unnamed Pond, just over that hill. And further back that way is Trapper's Cabin. And now we're here. And here is a moose spawn location. So if you're on Mystery Lake, can't find a moose, you should come here. It's not going to be here now though, because we don't have any markings for the moose. So it won't be here. But if I had markings, then this is where the moose would be. Now what we can do here, there's still a few places to loot, a few areas here and there. There's a broken tower, but nothing too major. But there are a few possible locations for the prepper cache. So I'm going to check those out as well. There are actually 3 of them kind of huddled together here. How am I doing with bandages actually? We have 6 bandages. I think I'm just going to repair this sprain so I can walk a bit easier. By the way, if you're wondering why I am walking with a sprained ankle and the camera isn't wobbling, because very often when you have a sprained ankle, your camera kind of like wobbles like this, like head bobs. You can turn that off in accessibility. For me, I find it annoying and a bit dizzying, so I have turned it off. It doesn't impact gameplay, it's just the visuals. Okay. I believe up here is another one of the possible prepper cache locations, which is the hidden bunker. So let's have a look if it's here. So it should be in one of 9 possible locations. There's the wolf. And I don't know if they'll... Aye, there is brains again. I don't know if the location determines the content of it. That's randomized. Okay, it's not here. No prepper cache here, at least not that I could see. Let's continue. If you continue along the ridge line here, we come to 2 more possible locations. Bit annoying that I got a sprain and just started healing it, but that's the game for you. And down here, there's a little mini loot location where these birch trees are here. You can find sometimes some saplings and a backpack. Let's see if there's a backpack now. There's also birch bark. I'm not going to grab all of it, but I'll grab some. It's best to holster the revolver before you pick things up. Otherwise, you can accidentally discharge it and shoot. So I'm going to grab these. If you make tea of these, of birch bark, they basically increase your healing. So that's worth doing. Let's see. I don't often... It has the backpack sometimes, but not right now. I don't often come and check for these caches, so you please be a bit patient as I scour the map to see if I can find it. Hopefully, I won't make an embarrassment out of myself and walk past it. This is called... I think this is called Lookout, this area. Anyway, I think one of the locations is up here on the left, I think. If I remember correctly. They're all kind of hidden, these prepper caches. It's like a kind of like a sealed bunker. I don't think they're down here or up there, are they? I don't think so. We're gonna keep going. I'm not sure I want to bandage again. I'll probably sprain it again. And if it's not here, then it's gonna be somewhere else. There's a few more locations to check. You don't need to find the prepper cache, by the way. The prepper cache gives you quite a lot of stuff, like extra food, extra everything. But you don't need to find it. It's just I'm doing it now to show you how to find them. If I can find them, of course. So I'm going up here on the edges of the map to try and look for them. But I rarely can go for them, so please bear with. I don't think I see anything here. Let's also check. We'll check up here as well while we're at it, because just to be safe. You can hear the wolves far away. They're not going to do much though. I don't think I see any prepper cache at all. I'm gonna cure the pain once it's healed. I'm kind of like at the edge of the map now. Every time I see a rock, I think, oh, is that it? But it's not. Check up here as well. So I'm all the way on the edge of the map now, somewhere you normally wouldn't go. But I'm worth checking it just to see if I can find it. And it doesn't look like it's here either. So I think there's only a few more places it can be now. You don't really know until you go check, basically. Okay, so that was that. What we're gonna do now, we're gonna head down to Clear Cut. There's an abandoned lookout tower you can go to for some additional loot, but there's not much to collect there. Now this is lookout, okay. There's not much to collect there. But there are some trailers down the road that can have some miscellaneous loot. So we're gonna go there and loot that. And then there's another prepper cache possibility. And then we're approaching the dam. The dam has a lot of loot and it's gonna take a while to loot it as well. There's a sapling, I'm just gonna pick that up. I'm getting, yeah. And now that I'm down here, I'm going to cure the pain again, so you can see better, and I'm also going to cure the sprain. Wouldn't worry too much about bandages, particularly in the early game. So now I can run, for example, if I want to do that, like this. So now we're back in Clear Cut with all the different wolves, and there's a bear sometimes going around here, so be careful. There's a wolf right there. And you see over there, there's a sign, yellow and green sign right there. So we came from over here, over there's the cabin, and you can just go over here like this to the road. But what I did is I walked all the way up here and up and around to look for this prepper cache, which I couldn't find. But if you want to get to the abandoned lookout tower, you can go up here. That's like a forest lookout tower that's destroyed. And there isn't much up there, but there is... this is a little supply cache and a corpse and a first aid kit and a couple other things. So you can get some miscellaneous loot up there. And from here, we can just follow the road. I'm not going to go up there, by the way. I don't think it's worth going. Or maybe I should. Nah, I don't think it's worth it. There's like miscellaneous loot and nothing major. It's best to hit the major locations. The dam is the next major location. But we're going to check the trailers that are up the road, because they're so close together. And then there's one more place to check for the prepper cache. I'm getting cold now. How cold is it? -10. I don't have much clothing, that's why. Oh, here's a backpack. This is usually always there. Random loot. Oh, mittens. Good mittens as well. These, I need to repair them, but those mittens, the wool mittens, are among the best gloves you can get. They aren't the warmest gloves, particularly on Voyager difficulty. You can get warmer gloves than that. Good gauntlets and stuff. But they weigh very little. So the wool mittens are really good because they weigh like nothing. They weigh 0.10, so same as this. And they warm a whole degree. So in terms of weight and heat ratio, they are fantastic. Don't think the bear is here. I think the bear is the one in Trappers and probably the lake. In most maps in the Long Dark, the bears are always in the same place. But there are some exceptions. Mystery Lake is one of them. In Mystery Lake there are 4 possible bear spawns, but only 2 of them will actually be active. So there's only 2 places the bear can be in any given run, unless you tweak the settings in a custom game or something like that. The same goes for, maybe on some difficulties like Stalker, it might be more of them. I'm not 100% sure on that. The same goes for Pleasant Valley. There are more bear spawns than there are spawns. But for most of the other regions, it will always be the same places. Okay, we're at the logging camp. This is not a major loot location, but we can find some miscellaneous loot here. Alright, found some food. Let's check the container. Another can opener. On higher difficulties, there's like 3 of these in the game in total, and I have 3 so far in one region. So believe me when I say that loot is abundant in this difficulty. I'm getting way more than I need, but at the moment I'm picking up everything, within reason anyway. Fleece mittens, we don't need that. Thick wool sweater. That's good, that's warm. I'm gonna put that on. Need to repair it though. Oh, here we are. Guns. Let me tell you about this book. I mentioned earlier, this book is a rare book. It's quite unique. So this one, as you can see, it requires 25 hours of research to do. So you need to read this for 24 hours and then you get the skill point. However, what I would do, I would wait to read this book until you reach firearm skill level 4. That's because you can't read these books afterwards. So once you reach firearm skills level 4, so if you go to the skill over here, or rifle skill, whatever I want to call it, rifle firearm, right? So I'm level 1 now. When you use the rifle or read those books, you go up. And for each level, it takes longer to level up. And the longest is between level 4 and level 5, right? But these books here, Frontier Shooting Guide, you can read them at any point up to you reach level 4. So you want to read these books But once you reach level 4 rifle firearm, you can't read these books anymore. It won't let you. It's basically too low for you. But these ones you can read. So you could read this now to increase your skill, but it's better to wait until you are level 4 and then read it. That's what I would recommend doing. So Tim Banks and then ML Fisher. All right. Then we have a baseball cap, which we can put on. And I think that's it. Let's have a quick look over here. Some of the stuff in the crates or under. But I think that was it. Yes. So let's go outside. Let's check the next bunker. Bunker, what am I saying? Trailer. And let's go here. We have a regular book. Nothing on top here. Anything under? No. We have finally actually a storm lantern. These are always almost full as well. Storm lanterns are great. I often recommend carrying one around because then you can use that to light dark places without using a match. And storm lanterns burn lantern fuel. Wow, isn't that a surprise? Which are these things. You can also find it in jerry cans. However, this is a renewable resource. When you fish, which you do with fishing tackle, when you catch a fish, that's one thing. But when you cook the fish, the oil from the fish goes into these. So even if your inventory is empty, the game will add one of these lantern fuels to your inventory when you cook fish. And then you can use that oil to refuel the storm lantern. So the storm lantern is basically a renewable light source. So I recommend carrying one around. You don't have to, obviously, but I do recommend it. And the windbreaker. Warming up a bit. Nothing in there. We got a drink. Anything else? We got peaches. We got, oh yeah, speaking of jerry cans, yeah. Getting quite heavy now. Jerry can. All right. Getting a bit heavy now. I'm going to eat something that's heavy. What's heavy? These are actually really heavy for what they are. But that's okay. I think I often drink these to get rid of them. They weigh a little bit. We can actually also just eat this and then drink another one. So I think we'll drink some water instead. Okay. There we are. Still a bit heavy. I think I'm going to get rid of this. Drop that. Don't really need it. Get rid of the cash also. And I got too many of these, but I'm just taking them back for stacking purposes. We're going to go to the trailer before we loot the dam. But before we do any of that, we're going to check everywhere. So now I'm barely getting cold at all because of it's later in the day. Oh, wool toque and t-shirt. All right, that's going to be warmer than this for sure. Boom. And this is not going to be warmer than that. No. Another hatchet. So now we have 3 hatchets. We're very heavy. And yeah, but I'm going to keep walking, being heavy. As you can see now, I'm barely cold at all, so cold is no longer an issue. What I'm going to do, I'm going to keep staying warm because I'm going to check heavy, because I'm going to check one more location for the prepper cache, and then I'm going to go back to the and then if it's not there, there's one more location I want to check. Then I'm going back to the camp office to sort out my inventory, and then we're looting the dam, because the dam is like the last big place to loot. And there's lots and lots of loot in there. Okay. I might have to shoot a wolf on the way up to this other location. And what I might do, just to make things a bit faster, is to drop a few things so that I can get there a bit faster. I can just loot it afterwards. Let me get a bit closer. The wolf went up behind a corner, so that's a little bit unfortunate. We have to be careful with that, because now I'm not in line of sight of the wolf. So that means that if it comes around a corner now, he might attack me instantly. And if my revolver jams, I could also, well, be completely screwed. There he is. But he's kind of ignoring me. As you can see, when they don't see you, the range is pretty big. Oh, he's going for the deer. He spotted the deer, so he's going to go for it now. And he's chasing them. Now, I'm going to do something. I'm going to save some space by dropping a few things right here, just to get a bit lighter. So I'm going to drop 2 of these, jerry can, and this, and that, and this, and what else can we drop? I guess we can drop the bow and storm lantern. So now a bit lighter, so I can move a bit faster, and I'll pick this up on the way back. Let's see, Wolfie. Oh, it killed the deer, but it killed it out of sight somewhere. Ah, there it is, yeah. So it caught up with the deer and it killed it. But if I want to now, I can approach the wolf and scare it off. I'm not going to actually harvest the deer, but I'll show you how this works just in case. When a wolf is feeding, you don't actually need fire or anything to scare it off. You just need a weapon, including a stone if you just have a stone. If they're in defensive mode, all you need to do is just aim at them and they run away. So like this, as I approach it, it's going to start growling at me. Like, oh, this is my food. Like, hey, Wolfie. And it's like, oh, it's my food. And then I just aim at it, and you see it runs away. And now, if I want to, I can go and like, oh, yummy. All this food, look at that, 8 kilos of meat. So much food. And I can harvest that. You know, this is a bit awkward location. I can't put a campfire here. So you'd have to be careful if you do harvest this particular deer. But you can always harvest a little bit and then go back down or something. So that's how you scare away a wolf, is a hunts a deer. And that's actually a tactic you can use if you were to not have any weapons and you need food. You can scare a wolf into... sorry, you can scare a deer into a deer. Alright, over here there's some more birch bark. And also I want to check here for a possible prepper cache spawn. It's one of the possibilities. So let's just have a look at that. It should be up here somewhere. Don't remember exactly where, but up here somewhere at least. So I'm just going to look around, using a lot of bandages and stuff this run, just so I can increase visibility. Up here itself, there isn't much, just some birch. The edges of Mystery Lake are kind of unique in that you don't really need them. Not much to it really. There's the odd birch bark, sometimes a sapling, or there can be a corpse here as well. I don't see the corpse right now, but sometimes there's a corpse up here. Let's look around, make sure I don't miss anything here. I don't see anything at least. I don't think there's a prepper cache here either. I think I would have seen it by now. Yeah, I don't think there's anything here. Imagine it was down here. Alright, no, it doesn't look like there's any prepper cache up here either. As far as I can tell anyway. So yeah, but it's worth checking on lower difficulties up here in these areas, just in case there's a hidden bunker. Again, these bunkers only spawn on Stalker and below. And it will be one of 9, I think 9 possible locations. It's not something you need to do early game. I'm just doing it to see if I can find it while I'm in the area anyway. But so far, no luck. I think there's only 2 locations left to check. And if it's not in either of those, then I just missed it somewhere. More birch. Oh wow, it killed another deer. It killed another deer. Wow. Well, you can have this one, Wolfie. You enjoy that. You earned it. You worked hard. You killed 2 whole deer. Just don't let me forget my gear that I dropped here somewhere. Here it is. You enjoy that meal, Wolfie. Okay, going to pick up all this stuff. Now I'm heavy again. And what we're going to do now, we should go to the dam and loot that, but the problem is we're already heavy and tired, and the dam has a lot of loot. So we're going to go back to the camp office and regroup. I'm just going to do it via a certain route to see if I can find some stuff. I also want to see quickly if there's a moose spawn over here, if possible. So that in the long dark, it's very tempting to pick up everything because you don't want to miss anything. But when you play on Voyager, there is just too much loot. And as you can see, I'm really heavy right now, so I'm carrying way too much. Oh, we have a moose spawn here. I'm carrying a lot of gear because there's too much loot. One of the actually benefits of playing on difficulties like Interloper is that I'm just going to use it so we can see better. No, actually I'm not, because I might sprain again. One of the benefits of playing on Interloper is actually that there isn't that much loot to begin with, so you don't usually get heavy. Let's check this train cart here. There's not much really to it, but sometimes there's a bit of misc loot in here. So let's just check that quick. And then we're going to check for the moose. And then we're going to check for a prepper cache. And then we're going to take a kind of, not a detour, but a cross-country route up to what's called the Lake Overlook cave. There's 3 ways to get to that cave. And we're going to take one of them. So here's the train cart. Then here we have a newspaper, a rifle round. And if we got chocolate or energy bar. And that's it. Okay. Do I have any teas? No. Now, moose spawns. Look at this, right? So in front of me is a marking on a tree. These are moose markings. It's basically been scratching itself on the tree. So if you go to an area where there could be a moose, if it looks like this, if all the trees look like this, or like that, or whatever, then that's not a moose spawn. There are a couple of rare exceptions where you don't get markings, but you still get the moose, but we don't need to mention them right now. For the most part though, if you see this, that means that this is an area where the moose spawns. So if I now check this area, there could be a moose. The moose is the rarest animal in the game. However, it's not guaranteed that the moose will be here, but if I come back, this is where I'll find it. It will be in this area only. And with 1 or 2 exceptions. So I can check to see if I see the moose. Let me just see. And I don't see it. Normally the moose will be patrolling here on the ice, like around here or something. So well, we have a lot of deer though instead. So now I know where the moose is. The spawn for the moose is this area here. Right now it's not here. If I come back another time, maybe it's here. The moose is quite rare. It only shows up when it wants to. And after you kill the moose, it takes a long time for it to come back. But it's worth killing because it's not a predator. So the meat, if you're playing on Stalker, won't give you parasites. And also it gives you the moose hide, which you can use to make a moose hide satchel, which allows you to carry more stuff. That's what Long Dark's all about, carrying stuff. Over there is the dam. Lots and lots of loot in there, so we're going to have to loot that. But we don't need to do it right now because we're already heavy. We're going to head back to the camp office, which is that way along the tracks. But before we do that, we're going to check quickly for a possible prepper cache spawn, which I believe is up here. I'm going quite slowly because I'm tired and I'm heavy. So it's going to be a bit slow. It looks like we're getting a bit of a grey sky here. Interesting. Ow. But let's check up here. If it's not up here, unless I just missed it, then there's only one more place it can be. Let's look around. I think it can still be over here. Somewhere over here is where it would be, if it is here. I think it would be up here if it was here, but I don't see it. So I don't think the prepper cache is here either. So then there's only one more place, I think, where it can be. Okay, well anyway, we're gonna keep going this little route that we're doing here, because this is actually a secret passage up to Lake Overlook Cave. So let me show you what I'm talking about. You can kind of see it from here. Let's go on top of this rock and you'll see what I mean. This isn't an out of bounds or exploit, it's literally one of the passages, it's just a bit hidden. Long Dark has a lot of secrets to discover. Alright, so let me show you my bearings. So I came from over there, right? This is where I was looking, and the wolf killed the 2 deer. I came down here to the train tracks. The train tracks is a very easy way to navigate this map, because you can see it anywhere. I looted that, there's the moose marking. And I went down here to the river, and I walked up the slope up here, right? And up here you can see my footprints. This seems like it's somewhere you're not supposed to go, but you easily can go here, and I don't think it's not intended, because if we now continue this way, we come up to a little plateau that is behind a cave. And that cave can have a revolver in it. It can have a Polaroid, or actually I think it's a Polaroid location that you actually map. Do I have any Polaroids? I don't think so, no. And there's rabbits there, and sometimes miscellaneous loot. You can even find fire strikers there. And that cave is only accessible via this route, one from the camp office, or by climbing 2 ropes. So we're going to go do all that. We can lower the weapon because there are no wolves up here, unless they follow me up here. So now we're at a little plateau. To the right of me now, down there, are the train tracks. Up there, behind the trees, you can see the lookout tower. You see it? There it is, between the trees, the lookout tower. That's up there. Train tracks down there. And to my left, we're going to go there later. Ow. To my left is the river that we saw earlier, going through Mystery Lake until it gets to what's actually Mystery Lake. Actual Mystery Lake is the lake itself that's frozen. We call the whole region Mystery Lake, but the lake itself is actually Mystery Lake. But straight ahead, through all these trees, basically if you see this part with nothing on the right, it's the wrong way. It's to the left of that part. Through these trees, we'll eventually get to a cave. And in that cave you can find Revolver, Fire Striker, Storm Lantern, I think one of the Guns books can be there. Matches. I'm not sure what else, but it's basically one of those small loot locations that can have very valuable gear. So that's good to know. And after that, I think there's only one cache here and check. There's a 2. Might be 2 actually now that I think about it. Okay, anyway, we're going up to this cave now. Then we're going to go into the camp office, regroup, sort our inventory out, sleep until the next day, maybe sort some stuff out. And then we're heading out again to do some more loot in Mystery Lake before we head to the dam. That's the last big thing that we loot. Oh, maybe one more thing. And then you'll see how much there is to do in Mystery Lake. One benefit of walking so slowly like I'm doing now, because I'm heavy, is that you have lots of time to see where I'm going while I'm talking. And if you're using this video to fall asleep, that's okay. Don't let me wake you. Sorry if I woke you. That was mean. Okay, so here we are at, this is called Lake Overlook Cave. Or just Lake Overlook. So here we are. Before I go into the cave, let me give you my bearings so you understand where we are. And it's a bit easier to follow what's happening. So let me just I'm walking against the wind here, it's a bit annoying. There's usually two rabbits up here. And very often a deer carcass as well. I think the deer carcass is always here. It varies where it is, but it's usually always here. Look at this sky, look at that. The art design in this game is just incredible. Look at these colors, absolutely amazing. Yeah, here's the deer carcass. Buried in snow a bit. And yeah, that's more food if you need more food. Got meat here. Okay, so let me get to the lookout point here. So this is one of the Polaroid locations. So if you find the Polaroid that shows Mystery Lake itself, you need to come up here, and that's where you map it to see where you are. In fact, I have charcoal, so I can actually show you with the charcoal where I am. Okay. So here we are, it's a clear day, so we can actually get a really good look at where we are now, so you understand where I've been going and what's happening. Okay, let's go a bit further so it's even easier. Okay, there we are. So, you see, there's the camp office, right there. There's the train tracks, and then the lookout tower, we can't see it, but it's behind that. Trapper's cabin is all the way down there in the corner. So we came from behind these mountains, instead of going by the train tracks that go along this way, I went over the mountains into the cave and came here. And here is Mystery Lake itself. There's all the fishing huts, which we'll also go and check. The various cabins. I think there can be a rifle at this cabin over there, I believe. I'm not 100% sure about that, but I think so. There's also a secret area up here. Maybe not so secret, there's a rope going up there. So that's where we are. The river leads out from here into the lake. We're going to check that out too. So that's where we are. That's this is Lake Overlook. And you can get here. I'm going to show you how to get down from here the way you usually would get up here. But there's 3 ways to get up here. One is to go from the camp office and follow the slopes, these slopes, up. And I'm going to take that way down so you know what I'm talking about. I'm getting very slow now because it's I'm very tired. Grab this fella. The other way is these ropes here. You see these ropes? These are accessible from the river. The river that I showed you earlier where the moose could spawn. If you follow that river south, it's not technically south, but doesn't matter. But if you follow that river, you eventually get to Mystery Lake itself. But on the way there, there's a little passage with the rope, and you can climb up those ropes and you get up here. I almost never do that because it takes so much energy, but you could do it. This is what I'm talking about. So here, if you follow the river, you come out here. You can follow the river all the way into Mystery Lake. But down here is a rope you can climb up. Then you climb up this rope. Then you get to the cave. This is and this is also a good place to cure cabin fever. If you get cabin fever, then what happens is you can't sleep indoors. So say your base is the camp office and you get cabin fever, then what you can do is you can just go up here to this cave and sleep here for a night. And then you should cure cabin fever. So very convenient. Let's see what we've got in here in this cave. Is there any good loot today? We got Mr. Cold. We have an archery book. Okay, great stuff. A drink. And what does the corpse have? Go energy drink. Okay. This basically refills your stamina. Oh, maple syrup too. I can actually show you how it works, because now what we're going to do is we're going to go back down to the camp office, and we're going to do it via the way you would usually use to get up. Hey, 3 rabbits. Now, as you can see, I can't run. It's too heavy, and I don't have any sprint meter. If you use the energy drink, by the way, I wouldn't recommend using the energy drink for purposes like I'm doing now. I'm just going to drink this for the sake of it. It also gives you calories, just to show you how it works. The way it works is that it refreshes your sprint meter and also gives you some stamina back, some fatigue, but it's temporary. It only lasts for a few minutes and then headaches follow. So let's drink this. And now I got a lot of my stuff back. I'm a little bit heavy. Actually, I'm not heavy. I have sprains, so I can't run. But if I fix the sprain, just for the illustration purposes, now I can sprint. See, I'm not tired anymore. I basically drank a Red Bull, kind of, is what happened. This way that I'm going down now is the way you normally would go up here to get to this cave. It's the most commonly used route. You just gotta follow these slopes, kind of like follow the rabbit in a way. And then you eventually get there. So just, yeah, pretty much just follow the rabbit. Yeah. And see, now I have lots of energy, I can walk faster. But this is temporary, see here? This is fatigue reduced, so I don't burn fatigue as fast, but I have this energy boost. And I recharge sprint faster and I get my stamina back. But in 20 minutes it's going to expire and then I get a headache. This is still recharging, but I can sprint a bit more. And this is all temporary, of course. Alternatively, you can use a stim, but the stims You should only use those in emergency. So that's these ones I'm talking about, the stims. The stims will instantly heal you for 15%. So it gives you life, it gives you health. And that's permanent, it's not temporary. It instantly heals you for 15% and allows you to sprint non-stop for 60 seconds. So it's quite a while, 60 seconds, you can sprint non-stop, and it ignores injury. It ignores sprains for the wrists, for the feet. It ignores broken ribs even. And then you can climb ropes, you can sprint down hills, even if you're heavy, as long as you don't carry too much. Climb ropes, everything. So sprint. I broke the ankle, okay. So the stim is incredible, very, very, very powerful. Okay, so this is going to expire in a few minutes, and then I get headaches. The headaches is kind of like pain, and it blurs your vision, I think, for an hour. And you can't cure it, you just have to wait it out. You can't actually cure it in any way. It's just time. So here we are back at the camp. I was going to take a moment here to regroup and heal and rest, and then we'll continue. Let's see, and there, that expired. The energy drink has expired. I'm going to go inside to warm up. And then now if I check my thing, it says headache. Okay, it's only 20 minutes. So, and that's it. And you can't cure this, you just have to wait it out. Now, let's grab the stone lantern and let's get organized a little bit. So, I think it's time to tidy this place a little bit. Let's go upstairs and let's make this place a little bit nicer. We have a lot of loot now, we don't need all of it. Time to tidy a bit if we can. So I'm going to move this out of the way.
It's getting too heavy to carry.
Let's go in here, and I'm actually going to take all of this out to then reorganize. All right, so first things first, the books I'm going to put them back in because they can be just in here, all the books.
Walk with this,
and this is my research spot. I can go back and read these later. Then let's go for tools. I have 2 jerry cans and drop both of these. Heavy. You'll usually find, well, I'm not sure actually how many there are, but there's at least 4 in the game. Oh, I'll put you there. Do like this so we can see. All right, and then we have 3 of these hatchets. We don't need that, just 1 is enough. We're gonna put these here. This is just so I can see it and it's a bit neater, you know, but I don't have to do it however you want, of course. We don't need 2 of these, so we can put these, how about that one? What else? This, we can put that in the bookshelf, because why not? We have 3 can openers, so let's dump 2 of those. Put them here, behind the lantern. Actually, put this here. There we are. No, that's not good. There we are. What else? We have... Oh, let's do 8 set, sorry. These we can put in, I think. Tools. We don't need to carry the tools around. Let's put those here. What else? Sapling. That can be dropped here to cure. Next to the hides. It's still curing. And the rest of it, I think... we can manage... Oh yes, these things. We don't need all of these. In fact, these are lighter, but I can carry one of them, I suppose. Let's just drop these. And the rest, I think, is okay.
I wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
And I'm just gonna do like this. So it's a bit easier, a bit neater, you know. You can see how much stuff there is. Alright, grab that. Let's put some stuff in here as well, because we don't need to carry this much antibiotics. So let's put these in. Considering I'm using painkillers all the time to make it easier for you to see, I'm gonna actually keep those. And then we have food. So I'm going to keep those on me for now. We have 2 firearm cleaning kits. I'm going to carry 1 only. We don't need all of these. I'm going to put these 2 back. We don't need all of these sewing kits. So I'll put 1 of them back. And I guess that's it. I forgot to mark. I was going to do that for you. Oh. All right. So then I'm going to lower that. And then I want to have a look at clothing and cloth. We have 7 cloth. It's late in the day, but we probably should be able to repair something. So this one is good to repair. These are good to repair because they're high quality items. So these socks, the rest not so much. These are just jeans, aren't they? All right, so we're going to repair this one. If we can, it takes an hour. I think we have enough light for that. So let's give it a try. Okay, it wasn't enough light for that. What we'll do instead, we're going to harvest clothing we don't need. We're not going to use these hats, so we're just going to harvest that. That's one of the low quality things. And then we're going to harvest these fleece mittens. Okay, we're going to harvest, I guess we can keep the jeans. We're going to harvest these shoes. These take a long time, an hour 15. And I guess that's okay. Let's now sleep. So now we're going to sleep. Let's fill up on some more food. And now I'm going to eat the low condition food. Because if I now get food poisoning, it's not that big a deal. I can sleep it off. So I'm going to eat this condensed milk. Actually, wait. That gives me some hydration too. So I'm going to eat this first. And also this. And then I'm going to eat the condensed milk. And let's see if I get food poisoning. Not guaranteed or anything. But it's a fairly decent chance. Let's see. Boom. I did not get food poisoning. Okay. And let's drink this. And let's have some water as well. All right. Then we're going to sleep, and we're going to sleep actually 12 hours to fully regain our fatigue, and we'll heal all the way up as well. So let's just do it. Boom. And we should wake up everything healed, full health, everything good. And we're not far from well fed either. Yeah, just 8 miles and we're well fed. Okay, let's have another drink. Yeah. Get rid of that. And let's drink this as well. Soon we're going to get well fed, which allows us to carry more. Okay, while it's light, I would like to repair these because they are much warmer. So let's just repair those quick. If we can manage. We failed. Let's try again. You could read one of the sewing books before you start repairing to get level 2. And then that's much better. I also want to repair this because it's quite low condition. It takes an hour to do, but that's okay. Be warmer in the day, you know. And boom. Let's repair one more time. Don't be afraid to take a day, maybe even a whole day, or maybe even 2 days, just repair things. But you also got to ask yourself if it's worth repairing. Things like jeans are abundant and they're kind of like low to medium quality. Windbreakers are also low quality. Sports socks are one of the worst items in the game. Light shells don't provide much, neither do these or these. So you can repair it if you want, just to increase warmth a little bit, or to level up your sewing skill, but you don't really need them in the long run. Like what I'm wearing right now, the things I'm likely to wear for a long time are things like these thermal underwear, this wool sweater, probably also this one, these gloves, these socks, and this hat. In fact, we could repair this one too. It's half there, so repairing it gives us a whole degree extra. So I can now change some of my stuff. I can put on these gloves. Boom. And as you can see now, I give plus 10 degrees warmth. That's a lot. Okay, we got not long to well fed. Let's put away the stuff we're not using. Just that one and that one and that one. I think that's it, right? Yeah. And I'm not too heavy now either. Okay. Let's eat something. Let's eat this. just to stay well fed and getting rid of some food. Next time I cook, I might start a fire. I might cook these things because the peaches they weigh a lot, as you can see, and they take up a lot of my inventory. Okay, there we go. Let's also grab this, and I guess that's it. Let's go downstairs. Look how fast we're going. I'm just gonna grab this so I can place it correctly later. All right, and then I'm gonna just because of tidiness, I'm gonna put these here. Except for one. All right, that's this one. All right, so now we're full health again. We are rested and everything. It's getting dark, but not that dark. And there's a couple of things I want to do. I want to loot the actual Mystery Lake area and go up to the, not a secret, but like a plateau where there can also, I think that is the last prepper cache location that I've forgotten about, where there's some miscellaneous loot, and I can show you a shortcut as well. And all the little places on Mystery Lake may have different loot that we can find. So let's get to it. All right, so we have clear weather. So let's head out to the ice. Now, along Mystery Lake itself, there's a whole bunch of cattails. So even more food if you need it. They are spread all over the lake. So there's quite a lot of them. And on the lake itself, there are 4 fishing huts. Usually at least one of them will have a door, so that if you do fishing while there are wolves around, you can close the door to guarantee that you are safe. So let's head towards the first one, and also point out any wolves, anything. Over there, where I just aimed, is where the bear can be found. It's behind there. It may not be in this run though, but we'll look. Most likely the bear will be on that side of the ridge. And there'll also usually be some wolves or deer going about here on the ice. So if you go out there, keep a lookout, because it's not uncommon for the wolves to be on the ice. So just be careful with that. Let's check out the fishing huts and see what kind of loot we have. And I'll also show you how to fish in them. So let's see, we got something here. We got chocolate or granola bar. Let's check the drawers, and we got nothing. Check the drawer, nothing. Looks like we have nothing, and nothing here either. If you do want to fish, you have to break the ice, and you have to use a tool for that. It does take away condition of the tool, so a good tool to use is something like the hammer, if you have one. I'm going to use a pry bar for the sake of it. And then what you do is you break the ice. And if you don't use the fishing hole, it'll eventually freeze again. And then you just start fishing. You need a fishing tackle for that. So you need this. And if it breaks, it's gone. So you have to make another one. And then you just choose how long you want to fish. If it's cold, you have to start the fire to make sure you're warm. Other than that, you just choose how long you want to fish, and the character starts fishing. And let's see if we catch anything. We did not catch anything. Let's do another hour, just for the fun of it. There we are, we caught a fish, right? And I can cancel this. So this fish now, as you can see, I'm smelling now, because I caught something raw. If I cook this fish on a stove, turn into that, you know, then if I eat it now, there's a high likelihood of food poisoning. If you cook it, you're probably not going to get food poisoning. If you cook it, you can get lantern oil, this, and then you can refill. Actually, I can refill this with that. And I can instead show you when I cook this later. I'm going to leave this there for the moment. All right, let's keep going until it gets too dark. Let's check there's a wolf there. Let's check this fishing out. Yeah, the wolves are around. And let's see, here we have another pry bar.
This will come in handy.
Which don't really need anything, but orange juice. Or soda, rather. Spray paint, we don't need it. Just collecting it for the sake of it. We're soon going to get the well fed. Don't need that. That we can take. I guess we can take that, yeah. Alright, next one is over there, but we're going to do that later. So, I'm going to show a couple things before I do anything else. There's some cabins over there we're also going to loot, because we're going to check everything. There's lots of loot in Mr. Lake. There's only a few smaller places I'm not going to loot. Like I didn't go to the abandoned lookout tower. There's also a cave over there. If you played Hunted Part 2, if you just go around by this fallen tree here and around the corner, you get to a cave. There's usually not much in that cave though. And if you go this way over here to the right, this is an access path. I think it's called Western Access. And if you go through here, yeah, Western Access, you get to a little area that has a backpack, and eventually you get back to the camp office. And then you have this area, which will go now. It's getting windy. So this is a little plateau up here. The prepper cache can be up here, and other than that, there's some miscellaneous loot, like there's a sapling and some birch and things. And you can go up here by climbing this rope, but it will take a lot of your energy. So if you don't want to go up this rope, what you can do instead is you can go this way to the right, and you just go along the path here like this. I'm gonna run. Running will probably give me a sprain, but that's okay. Just go along this path here all the way until the end, pretty much. Keep going until eventually it starts flattening out a bit. You can just go around here. Yeah, you can see it starts flattening out a little bit. And that's when you start heading upwards instead. And then you can skip the rope. And this is a very nice shortcut. It's not too cheesy or anything. I'm pretty sure they even intended for this to be an option because it's pretty straightforward. It's not too difficult or anything. Then you just head up here and eventually you get to the rope. And I think we can see if there's a cache as well. So let's have a look here. Come over this ridge. Oh, there we go. We got well fed. Right. Well fed is great. Let me just explain that while we're cold. Get to cover. There we are. So now if I go on the status screen, you see it says well fed. The way you get well fed, it's a bonus. It's not an affliction. It's a bonus condition. You have to stay not hungry for 3 days in a row, 72 hours in a row. So this hunger meter can never reach 0. And if that happens, then you get the well-fed bonus. And it's totally worth it. There's 2 reasons. One is that you get a little bit more health, like this, right? 5% more health. But what you really want is the carry capacity. So if I now go on inventory, you'll see it says +5 in green. That means that I can carry 5 more kilos, or whatever the equivalent is in pounds. And that's because of well fed. So now I can carry more stuff. And the Long Dark is all about carrying all your stuff. So that's good. If, however, you struggle with food, you find it very difficult, you don't have enough food. As you can see, as I've shown you, there's lots of food everywhere. But if you don't have enough food, then wait to do well fed. Just eat before you sleep. Just go hungry and make sure you eat food before you sleep so you can heal during sleeping. And then when you have more food, when you start hunting and getting meat, then you go for well fed. But as you can see, by taking things slow and easy like I'm doing, you can get well fed right away. It's not too difficult. And then you can carry more stuff. Isn't that great? Boom. Right, so let's continue this. Over here should be the rope. This down here. Should be around the corner here. And here we go. Oh, we got the cache. Oh, wow. Okay, I'll show you that in a sec. Here's the rope. So this is the rope that we skipped. Normally you would just climb up here. And it's not a very long rope, so there's no reason why you shouldn't climb up. It's not that far. But you could just skip it like I did, which was to go this way and around. Now to the prepper cache that I walked past. So throughout this video, I've been looking for the prepper caches. So remember that. And those only exist on the lower difficulties. You won't find them on Interloper, except for one that's always permanent. in Pleasant Valley. And there are, I think it's 9 possible locations. And I have checked nearly all of them. I think this is the 8th place. There's one place I didn't check. And that's, you see, kind of like in the distance here, there's some trees. You got to go up that ridge there. It's basically over this way. I can maybe show you later. There's a bear cave. And basically the prepper cache is above the bear cave. That's the last location I didn't check. However, this is the 8th location. So it took a while, but we did find it. So the game will randomly choose one of those 9 locations where this can spawn. And you won't find this on Interloper. I believe you do find it on Stalker, but not on Interloper. And in here there's a ton of loot because they're quite hidden. This one is probably the least hidden of all of them, because if you climb up this rope, you will just walk past it. You can't really miss it, right? But the other ones I tried to find, they are in kind of remote areas that are very easy to miss. This one, however, is in plain sight. And let's see what we got. It's been a while since I've been in a bunker, but a bunker can be a firearms bunker, so it has lots of guns and stuff, and tools, or food. I think it's medicine is one. And then there's the most boring one of all of them, which is the firewood. You can get a bunker that basically is just wood and matches and stuff. And that's the most boring one. But, you know, everything counts. So let's see what we got. All right, we are in a bunker. Prepper cache. So we found the Mystery Lake prepper cache. Let's light up the lantern and see what we got. And we should have quite a few things. Yeah. It looks like this might be the medicine one, I think. Yes, or something. Or maybe this is tools, or I don't know. Well, we got quite a few things there. So it's worth finding these things because we got water. We're going to take all this stuff. We have drinks. We have teas. We have 2 gold drinks, which as you saw earlier could be useful. I don't think there's much laying about around here. And then we have matches. Fantastic. You can never have enough matches. Let's check in here. We got nuts and stuff. By the way, Hinterland, take notes. If you need more ideas for food in the game, I recommend you create Sax Snacks. You should, viewers, you should all petition Hinterland to make this, I'm just saying. Like a hiking trail mix or something like that. Or Sax Survival Guide. Stays the grape, so we got coffee. That's great. And then first aid kit with bandage and more of these tablets. We have another first aid kit here. Antibiotics and more tablets. And then we have more stuff, yeah. We got more medicine here. Sewing kit. We have flare shells. That's great. These, on Interloper, you only have a fixed amount of these that you can find whenever you find the stress pistol. But on other difficulties, you can find them around. And these are going to come in handy. I might, in this video, before I end it, find the stress pistol for you so you can see what I mean. I pick these up. Gunpowder, we don't need that, but we can use it for accelerant. Or I can take it to Bleak Inlet and make bullets, which is fun. Whetstone, another storm lantern. We don't need that. We can take it anyway. Check this. We got trail boots. Let's check this.
Not sure I can learn much more.
More trail boots and another energy drink and climbing socks. Oh, those are good. Climbing socks are the best socks in the game. They don't really weigh much and they give lots of warmth. So always take these if you find them. And then here we want the trail boots. All right. And then we're going to check into the other room. Yeah, this I think is the medicine one that we found because we have food, sewing kit, and we have more medicine, including 2 stims. So much resources. Yeah. Crazy stuff. Bandage, bandage, bandage. Candy bar. Peaches, beans, 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 coffee. Am I narrating enough? Chocolate and chocolate. Anything else around? Remember to check these things. People forget about these. The grates, you can open these. Boom. I should stop saying boom. Nothing in here though. Usually, not all grates open, I should point out. Only a few. The only two I can think of that do it is this one, and in the other prepper cache that's permanent in Pleasant Valley next to the rope to move mountain. And then we have more bandages and painkillers, antibiotics. That means anything else on the floor, is there? No. Let's also check these things. You see there's so much resources in these bunkers, so it's totally worth coming here. Ooh, shirt, that's good. Combat boots. These are heavy, but very good. Worth it in the early game. More boots. Gonna open this. Flashlight. That's only useful for one thing, and that's Aurora animals. When the Aurora hits, this flashlight will start charging. You can't use it otherwise. It's only during Aurora. It'll start charging. And Aurora animals is a whole nother story. Aurora animals will not be scared by fire or flares or anything, but they will be scared of the flashlight. So if you use the high beam on them, that's to say you kind of like right click with this, you'll keep them away. MRE. Don't need that. Wow. And then we'll check this. Nope.
I'm not going to be able to carry this load for much longer.
Wow. Okay. That's everything. But just to be sure that we haven't missed anything, I'm going to break this stuff down. So I'm going to break this down. I'm going to use it with my... I'm going to use a knife to save some time. Let's see if there was anything in there. Sometimes they hide things, you see. Nothing in that one. What about this one? I'm dousing the lantern so that I don't use fuel while I do this. Break it down. Soon it will be too dark, so I have to be careful. Anything in this one? No, this was already in there. And finally, let's just, for the sake of argument, check this. Take this off. And this time, I'm going to use my hands because it's almost dark. So if I start using a tool, it probably will be interrupted. So it's better to use my hands so I won't get interrupted. So let's do it. All right, let's see if there was anything inside, which I don't think there was. No, but it's worth checking just in case. Yeah, we can also take this thing, I guess. As you can see, the prepper cache has a lot of stuff. It's basically a bunker survival for the nuclear war. Totally worth it. Great loot up here. We're quite tired, so we're going to wait until morning. Let's also sort ourselves out a bit. We have a lot of stuff here. I'm going to harvest some shoes. We don't need this many shoes, so I'm going to harvest them to get the cured leather. I don't really care if I get dehydrated, as long as I don't get hungry. But I'm going to recover from that anyway. I think that's enough. Then I'm going to eat something. Let's eat heavy stuff. I really need to cook this stuff. Let's eat low condition stuff. So let's start with this. And then let's eat these two. And this. And then we'll eat this. And some of the drinks. This will not give us food poisoning. So I think we're about done with food poisoning risk. And then we'll just have water. So much food. Alright, I think that's good enough. And now we can sleep. We don't have to sleep too long. I don't think we need to sleep full, but I'm going to sleep, I think 8 hours is good. Okay. We can maybe sleep a little bit longer, I suppose. Let's do some more. Drink some more of these. Let's get rid of them. All right, and I think we can sleep maybe 2 more hours. Yeah. So more or less fully rested anyway. That's alright. Alright. Yeah. Okay. So we are quite heavy. And we can actually dump a couple of these. We don't need all of those. Let's get rid of some wood. We don't need this wood. Let's get rid of that. Just to be a little bit lighter. Let's dump some of this firewood as well. If I can get under 40, it'd be good, because then it's a bit lighter. I don't know if there's anything else to really drop, though, that I don't want to take. So I think that's going to be it. Yeah, I guess so. Unless I eat something. That's alright. Okay. So what we're going to do now, we're going to head back to the camp office and regroup again. But instead of taking this road via the rope, we're going to go this way. Just so I can show you what this area is actually about. Because let's say you go up here and you didn't find a prepper cache. You know, you might wonder, well, why did the sack even go up here? Well, there's a possibility of that prepper cache, which is great. But we also have... this maple here, which we can grab. And then down here there can be rabbits, there can be a corpse, nothing particular to loot or anything, but there's some misloot. There can also be birch saplings over here if you need birch for arrows. We can actually run. We're heavy, but we can run a bit, that's okay. Gets things done a bit faster. Here's our corpse. Let's see if the corpse has anything on him. And looks like we have, if this is wood in here. Is that wood? Yeah, it just looks weirdly colored. Okay, grab that. Flare shell. Alright. And then, one more thing. How to get out of here. Let's get up here and I'll show you. Sometimes there can also be a deer carcass up here, or an actual deer. Here's the birch sapling I was talking about. So if you need a sapling that you can't find for arrows, you can grab this one. Rabbits are about 3 rabbits, 4 rabbits. Okay, so the way I came up was over there, this way, and I walked over the hill and over there. So if you want to get out of here, you can take the rope down, or you can do the shortcut I said. But you can also pretty much go any direction you want. If you go this way and just go downhill, you'll end up in what's called Dave's Secret Corner or something. Dave's Quiet Clearing. Or there might be a backpack and a corpse. Or you could just head this way. Over here, over this hill. And we'll get to somewhere that you'll recognize. Let me show you. Dun 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 dun. It's the train tracks. So you can just hop down here. And if you want to avoid or reduce sprain risks, just crouch down like this. You can still get sprains, by the way. Basically, slopes increase the chance of sprains, and being heavy increase the chance of sprains. And standing increases as well. So if you're basically running downhill on a steep slope while heavy, chances are pretty high you're going to get a slope. So this is the rail tunnel. This tunnel leads to Full-on Muskeg. So this way over there is where you go to get to the camp office. This way leads to Trapper's cabin. And this way leads to Full-on Muskeg. There is actually some miscellaneous loot here as well. There's usually a corpse or a backpack here. Is it today? No, but sometimes you can actually find a knife laying right here in the snow. So keep an eye out for that. And over here there's usually like a first aid kit or something like that. Let's see here. We got quite a few things here actually today. Grab that.
I'll take it.
Oh, okay, we'll take it. Sewing kit, bandage, another pry bar. Don't need any of this stuff, I'm just grabbing it for the sake of it. And here is the exit to Full-on Muskeg. You go here, and you can find the forge. We're not going to do that though. Here's another toolkit, and some wood. And if you're wondering where this is, the train tracks is a dead giveaway. You know, the train tracks will show you where you are at all times. The train tracks are it's the glue of Mystery Lake. If you can't figure out where you are in Mystery Lake, try and find the train tracks. And then you won't get lost. Because once you find them, they will take you somewhere. They'll take you to the camp office or they'll take you to the dam. And either way, you'll be okay. If you're in the east side, well, I call it east, I mean this way. If you're on the east side of Mystery Lake, it's a bit easier. You don't really get lost there because you have the river and the lake. So you always have some sort of landmark. And you can just follow the river and you get to the dam. You can follow the edges of the lake and you'll get either to the camp office or the cabins on the lake. But if you're on the western side, so this way, that's the most open of the areas and easy to get lost that way. If you are there, and it's a little bit harder because there's less landmarks. You have to find the unnamed pond, or you have to find Trapper's cabin, or the clear cut, and then you can go from there. Once you find the clear cut, the road there will take you all the way to the train tracks. But the other place is a bit more open. So you gotta just take your time if you're not sure where you're going and explore. And if you're lost and it's foggy or blizzard, just start a fire and wait it out and you'll be okay. Alright, so this wolf is likely to spot us. So what we can do, we can try and shoot it with the revolver. You can kill the wolf with a revolver in one shot if you hit him in the head, but it's not guaranteed. And it might not do anything and attacks us, or maybe the revolver will jam. So let's just see what happens if we don't have fire and try to attack a wolf. The first thing that's going to happen is that once I aim down the sight of this revolver, the wolf is going to attack me. And if it jams, I don't have much defense. So let's just see what happens there. It starts running, and I can shoot. Try and shoot it in the head. And that killed it. The revolver, even though it's not a hunting weapon, if you hit them in the head, you can down them in one shot. Now, I should point something else out. When you need to preserve your shell casings in the long dark, because used ammunition can be used to make new bullets. When you shoot with the rifle, the cartridge ejects and falls on the ground, and you gotta pick it up. With a revolver, it ejects when you reload. So you empty the round, put a new one in, and now there is a shell on the ground. Take this, it weighs practically nothing, and you can use it to make ammunition. As the wolf, we have a lot of food and everything, so we don't need any of this. For demonstration purposes though, I'm going to take the hide. If you collect 4 of these hides, let's also grab these 2 guts just because we can use it for crafting. Be careful doing this if you're in the open without fire, because if you smell like I'm doing now, you can attract other wolves while you're harvesting, so be careful of that. You need 4 wolf hides to make a wolf jacket. And the wolf jacket is a good jacket. It's pretty warm and pretty light. Not as warm as a bear coat, but a bear coat's very heavy. So you gotta decide yourself how you want to approach that. One little tip here for the Mystery Lake Railroad tracks. If you are on the train tracks and a blizzard hits and you are not sure exactly where the camp office is, then what you should do is you just keep walking along the tracks. Keep walking, follow the tracks all the way, keep going, until eventually, even if it's a blizzard or even if it's heavy fog, you get close enough to see the T-junction of the power lines. So this thing here. And then what you do is you just follow that instead. You deviate, follow that, and it will take you to the camp office. I call it the Jurassic Park rule of Mystery Lake. Because in Jurassic Park, there's that scene where they can't figure out how to navigate the tunnels or whatever. And they tell them to just follow the power lines or cables or something in the roof. Not roof, ceiling. That's what that is. It will happen to you once or twice. So now we're back. We barely looted anything, but because we found the trapper's cave, we have a bunch of new things that we need to take care of. So why don't we go and do another inventory sit rep, and then we can go back out again. So in we go. And then up we go. And then we can sort some inventory out. The first thing, I'm actually going to move these over here. This is just my way of organizing things so it looks a bit neater. And also I can easier see what I actually have in my base, you know? So let's do some inventory stuff. I actually have another one of those that I picked up, I think. Yeah, these two. So let's pick those up and place them here. Just for some clarity. And let's go through things. So we have way too much medicine, but the medicine I'm going to put in here because it's just easier. So I'm going to put these in and these and these. I'm going to keep the lowest condition ones because it doesn't really make a difference what condition they are, but I might as well use the lowest condition one. Same with painkillers. I'm only going to keep some of them, so put this in there, put this in there, put all these water tablets in here. And same with the gold drinks and stuff and the stims, but I'm going to actually put these here because I think it looks a bit nicer. And I'm going to keep one stim on me. I'm not going to keep the gold drinks on me because the gold drinks are more like they regenerate sprinting. So I'm just going to do this. You can scroll with your mouse to rotate objects. Sometimes the game doesn't allow you to place things close to each other. Stims especially are notoriously buggy. What you can do though is you can, let's see if this works actually. See, now it won't allow me to place it, oops, it won't allow me to place it close enough. But sometimes if you place it and then move it, it will allow you. This time it won't, but we can do that sometimes fixes this. It's like kind of like a bug. Sometimes this works, you just exit. And then you go back inside. And that sometimes fixes the problem. So let's have a look. If that works now. Yes, I saw it there. There was actually, there we go. Now I can place it a bit closer. See, so that actually fixes that. And then we're going to put this. Can I put it behind? Yeah, I can. That's like my little super medicine. Alright, what else have I got that I picked up? I'm going to keep those things. I have shoes. These ones are very warm, but they're really heavy. Well, these are just 1 kilo. I think I'm actually going to not wear those. These are better, but they're really heavy, so I'm going to leave them for now. And I think that this one might be better, so let's have a look at that. Is this one better than this? Not at the moment, at least. Maybe later. So I'll put that. This one doesn't exist in Interloper, so I'm not that familiar with it. And then what else? We got food. And we have a bunch of other stuff. Gunpowder. Ah, see, now this one's full now. In fact, I'm going to take the books out. Put them in a different drawer. And in the meantime, we can put the gunpowder in here. And then in here, in this empty one, I'm going to put the books. There we go. Then we have, what else have we got? We have, I'm going to keep the 2 flares. We don't need these 2. I'm not going to carry the flashlight yet. I'm going to dump that. I'm going to carry these for the time being. I don't need this one. Don't need this. And I'm going to put a few misc things in here too. I'm going to put this. I haven't found a rifle, but I'm going to carry them in case I do. I don't need all of these sewing kits. I'm going to put some of them in here. I'm going to put one of these whetstones in here too. I think I keep the flares. And we put the cured leather in here too. And I'm going to carry 2 pieces of cloth. And we have too many bandages, so let's get rid of some bandages. There we go. And then we have also our wolf pelt. And we have a fresh gut. We have a birch sapling. And we have a maple sapling. There we go. And then we have simple tools, which we're going to put here. We have another of these storm lanterns. We're going to put that there. Did I put a storm lantern in here, actually? I don't think I did. I feel like I had 2 of them, but well. And then these we can just stack on the floor. There's a little stack of them here. And this we can put there. Is there anything else? I think the rest of this I want to carry. Oh yeah, there is one more thing. So I'm going to put them here on this table. The food that I'm carrying, these peaches, they weigh a lot and don't give you that much food. So I'm going to cook them later. I'm going to drop all of these to carry a bit lighter. And also I don't need all these teas. So I'm actually going to go in here and I'm going to put in some of these teas. These teas, if you make teas out of herbal tea, they will help you sleep. So you recover more health while sleeping. The coffee I'm going to keep though. I'm going to keep one of them too. I think that's good enough. And then these cans of peaches and stuff, we'll just put them here. You know, organize it like a little shoppy. And then I can cook them later. Just to save carry capacity, because I'm still looting Mr. Lake, still lots of stuff to find. Okay, now we're a bit lighter. That's better. Much lighter now. Okay, I think that's good. We're somewhat hungry and a bit thirsty. We could start eating this, I guess, until it's full. There we are. Then we have a drink, and then we can go back. It's not that late, and we can loot a bit more of the Mystery Lake itself. I can also show you where the last prepper cache location is. It's foggy, unfortunately, but that's okay. All right. Let's sprint a bit, doesn't matter. All right. I'll show you the gist of the last prepper cache location. If you want to find a prepper cache and you checked all the areas that I checked, and you didn't find it, there's one area more that could be. And that's up here. You gotta go up this ridge here. And it can be up there. If you sometimes hear a little beep, that's me turning off the microphone so I can cough and I don't annoy you as much. My first ever walkthrough had lots of coughing in it. Okay, so you got to go up here. Doesn't have to be from this angle or anything. And then you get up to the ridge here. We should be able to see the bear cave and everything. Is the bear out? I don't actually see the bear. No. But over here is a bear cave. I'm not sure exactly where it is. I think it actually is this. And the prepper cache can be up here. You just got to follow this ridge. And go here. And keep going. This is kind of like, see, it looks like this is an inaccessible area, like somewhere we shouldn't really be. But nope, this is one of those places where they could hide the bunker. Just keep going over the hills and far away. Sounds like the wolf has hunted a rabbit. And you keep going, and keep going. And then all the way, oh, caught a rabbit. All the way up there is where the bunker can be. All the way up there. And you wouldn't think to look there, would you? Like, if you're exploring Mystery Lake, why would you go up here and follow this line and go all the way up here? You wouldn't, probably. But that's one of the places that it can be. Just so you know that. But that's cool. Okay. To get back down, you can just walk down here, and you get to the river, where we now had the wolf. See, there's the wolf. Killed the rabbit. Poor rabbit, or Barry. I call my rabbits Barry. I don't know why, I just started doing it. So Barry the bunny. Except for one rabbit that's indoors in Fallen Muskeg. That's Larry. We're gonna go down this way instead, so just walk until you see a slope and you can go down. Or you can go back the way you came. Doesn't really make a difference. Careful you don't get sprains. I don't see any bears. So either it's not active or it's hibernating. Let's go down. And here we are at the end of Mystery Lake. So the bear cave is, I think it's this one there. I don't think there is a bear. I would have seen it by now. But I think we don't have a bear spawn here. We have a bear spawn in Trapper's Cabin. And I didn't see a bear spawn in Unnamed Pond or anywhere. So maybe there is just one bear, but may have been in Unnamed Pond, but it was foggy and I just didn't see it. But here's one of the fishing huts. So we're gonna loot this. Pork and beans. Whetstone, another book. Ketchup chips. More sewing kits. Plastic container. Let's search the drawers. Search the drawers again. Search the cupboard. And then we got some food. And if you want, you can grab the charcoal. In case you want to do mapping, which just works like this. You just equip it. Equip the charcoal. I unequipped it because I already had it. And then you just shoot. You left click. And then you will map the area in question. There you go. The higher up you are, the more you map. So if you want to map your world, you gotta just do this again and again until you map everything. Polaroids will map a lot. Like a lot of the area. Right, one thing left to do in Mystery Lake itself before we do the last thing, which is the dam. And that is to loot these little cabins here. And some of these cabins could have good loot, like hatchets, and I think a weapon can even be found here. And if it's not here, I think I know what the weapon could be. It could be by the dam. So you got to check here. And one thing you should do also, when you are by piers like this, or jetties, I'm not sure what the correct term is, but these things here, you should look closely, because on lower difficulties, there can be hatchets or knives embedded in these things, and they're very easy to miss. I'll see if I can find one for you, so you know what I'm talking about. Let's look behind. There's usually a corpse here, and there is a corpse, and look at that, the rifle. We found the rifle. So if you're not sure where I am now, just let me go back here. So you can see, here's the fishing hut, right? There's the other fishing hut. And camp office is just behind that, right behind that. So that's where we are, okay? Let's grab this. Let's first loot the corpse. Nothing on him. And then we have the rifle. 22% only. So this has a high likelihood of jamming. And in fact, I'm going to do the same as with the revolver. I'm not going to actually fix it. Now, normally you should fix it. And you should get it as high condition as possible by using these. And going here in action. And then clean. But for the sake of demonstration, I'm going to not do that. In case the rifle jams. And then you can see how it works. And maybe I'll end up in a wolf struggle as well. Just so you can see how that works. That's fun. Let's reload. In with the bullets. He already had bullets in it, as you could see, but that's just an animation thing. Boom, boom, boom. And ready. Then we're going to look around. We have tomato soup. Plastic container with nothing. Gonna check the bins. Check the trunk.
Well, oh wow. Come in handy.
Urban Park. This one is quite warm, but heavy. Wool toque. That is definitely better than this, so I'm taking that. And I think the parka is better than this. It's a bit heavy, but not too heavy, so we can take that. Pair it later. And anything else here? Cloth. I don't see anything else. Sounds like there could be a blizzard outside. Let's have a look. Is it a blizzard? It is. If it's a blizzard, you have to make a choice. If you feel you know where you're going, you can risk it. You can go out in the blizzard. And if you have hot teas, like for example, if I now take this coffee and I heat it up with a fire so it becomes hot, I can drink it while I'm actually getting cold and it will warm me back up. However, if you don't really know your way around in the blizzard, don't risk it. Just go back inside and wait it out and warm up. I'm going to go to the next cabin to show you how it can be done, but then I'll probably wait out the rest. And Mystery Lake is quite easy because it's pretty straightforward. It's not too big an area, so the easiest way is to just follow the edge of the lake like this, the ice and the snow. Because one benefit of a blizzard, the only benefit really of a blizzard, is that there are no predators out. All the animals will despawn. You won't find wolves or bears or anything in blizzards. So you'll be safe traveling in blizzards. It's just you can't see and it's cold. There are exceptions though. If you're out in the open and you see a wolf and then a blizzard hits, that wolf is still there. And if you keep going in the blizzard, that wolf can attack you. But if you go indoors, or you exit from indoors, or you are far away from predators when it happens, they will despawn. So you won't have any issues with predators. So here we are, back at the other cabins. As you can see, that wasn't that hard, because you can just follow the edge of the water. So let's just have a look around. If there's anything here, no. There's usually a corpse here as well, so we're going to look for that. Here is what's that? Nothing. Here's one of the cabins, the others are burnt down. Here's one of the notes. You can take and read if you like. This one's also burned down, but there's usually a backpack or corpse around here as well. Looks like we have newspaper and firewood instead. Ah, here's the corpse. Check the corpse. Combat boots. And there's some feathers that are wind resistant. And just before we go inside, let me check the jetties as well. Are there any weapons here? I don't see any. But I'm just checking just in case. I don't see any. Okay, then we can head inside. See what we got. Alright. And then we have, let's look around. These are good. This is great food because it gives 600 calories and it weighs almost nothing. So this is great travel food. If you need food to carry while traveling, this is great because it gives many calories and weighs very, very little. That's good. Let's look around. More milk.
Don't rest soon. I'm gonna faint.
I guess we can take the scrap metal to make stuff. Then we have fire logs. This is actually the worst wood in the game because it weighs a ton and it has a very low chance of actually lighting as well when you light the fire. However, it does burn a long time. So if you have one nearby a fire, I mean, you might as well use it. But other than that, there's nothing special. They're kind of rare, so you'd think they'd be better, but actually they're worse. And we have more pinnacle beaches. Peaches. Energy bar. Another spray can. And that's it. And I'm going to do one more trek across the blizzard. So we can do all the cabins. And then we are done with Mystery Lake. And the only thing left really is to go to the dam. You can go this way and just hug the rock, or you can do this way, which is slightly safer, just to make sure you don't get lost. Just again, same rule, because there will be a jetty or a pier. So just follow the line. Follow the line between snow and ice. There we are, there's some cattails. I'm gonna ignore those. Keep going. Keep going. Listen to the sound of my voice and you'll find your way home. And here's the jetty. So here's the other cabins. And let's again have a quick look to see if there's any weapons on these. They're usually by the entrance to the jetty. It's a bit hard to catch them. I think I would have seen one by now if it was one, but I'm still gonna look. Yeah, I don't see anything. Alright. Then let's loot these three. We'll loot this one last, because I think it's the biggest. Oh, stuck. Let's go inside. Sometimes one or two of these are burnt down. The higher difficulty, the more cabins are burnt down. Alright, so what we got? We got can, we don't need it. I'm just taking this for the sake of it. A lot of the stuff I'm looting right now is just I'm looting it to just demonstrate what there is and then placing it somewhere. 77, that's probably warmer than this. Yeah, take that. So you could leave a lot of this stuff. What a lot of players do is when they're heavy and they loot a lot of stuff, is that they loot everything and then they just drop everything that they don't need on the floor by the door. So that the next time they come in, they will just look down. Okay, this is what was in here. So don't be afraid to leave stuff behind. I'm just kind of grabbing things to show what there is. And also I'm kind of rotating between camp office as my base and putting stuff there for plain view, basically. And we're gonna go in here. Here you sometimes get the magic lamp. It's a lamp that's buggy. This one can be transparent. Let's see what else we got. Spray paint. Metal container. Wool toque. Wow, that's a good condition wool toque as well. I think it's actually probably better than this one, yeah. We'll put that on. I'm getting wet. Oh, work boots. These boots are great. These boots are low condition now, but these boots are the best of the sort of early game boots you can get, in my opinion. Insulated boots or Moklex are better if you find them, but they're kind of rare. Oops. Oh, did you see that? I actually missed that, but it was just the text that did that. And then more ammunition. And did I loot it? Yeah, I did. Let's go in the last cabin. Let's see what we got in here. This is one of the forest talker cabins in the story mode. That's this one. Alright. We have backpack with chocolate. More peaches. Spray paint. A lot of those. Trunk with nothing in it. Anything on the note? Over no. Is this one of those fish that starts singing? Or is it an actual fish? Guess it's an actual fish. Nothing. Tinder plug and matches. Oh, that's easy to miss. Look how it blends in. There we got matches there.
Handy.
Take the tinder plug for good measure. Guess that's it. And then I think we'll wait here. We could just go to camp office now, but it doesn't really make a difference. We still have a couple hours of light, so I'm going to do a couple repairs. Can I? No, I don't. Let's see what I can repair. These are fine. This one is pretty good, so I'm going to repair this. Takes 3 cloth though, but we'll give it a try. If I fail, I'm going to wait to repair it until I'm more skilled. Okay, we managed that. That's decent condition now. These we can keep. This is alright. These are lowish, but it's okay. This one, I don't think it's worth repairing yet. And this I would like to repair. I think I want to harvest these. We don't need 2 combat boots. I'm going to harvest this. Blizzard ended, I think. No, it didn't. And we don't need 2 trail boots either. I'm going to harvest that as well. And I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. Cool. Then we're going to eat this. What's left of it. And again, is there any low condition food we can eat? Sure, we can eat this. Still haven't gotten any food poisoning. Water, yeah, we got water here. And then we're going to sleep again. What day are we up to? So we're approaching day 8, where we can actually get the stuff in Trapper's cabin. And sleep 12 hours to fully recover, and it will be nice and warm as well. I don't really need to sleep 12 hours, but I'm going to do it anyway. You basically get half a day out of it. There we are. Good time. We'll have a drink, but actually let's eat this. Let me get another thing out of the way, and hydration. A lot of calories for the weight of this thing. This one's very good. And some water. Well, heavy, but not super heavy. And then we're just going to head back to the camp office, sort ourselves out. Then we're going to go to the dam, which if you haven't found the rifle so far, or any weapons or anything, the dam should have all that stuff. Now, before we do anything though, I can show you the rifle. So there's foggy now, but there's a wolf over there. The rifle is very easy to use. It should kill the wolf, especially if you hit it in the head. But if you hit the legs, it might survive. Now remember though, this particular rifle has low condition, so it could jam, in which case, that's bad. And we got fog, so now I'm actually kind of in the open. Look, no matter where I look, I'm in the open. Very easy to get turned around. If that happens, the best thing is to just go in one direction until you find something. And then you can either wait it out or use the landmarks. So we have it there. On the right we have that. So that suggests that I actually turned around now and actually went back the way I came, because that's where you find deer. And now I believe to my right over here is the western axis. Over here. There we go, yeah. So what we could do is to just take this route instead, and I'll show you the rifle when the fog clears up instead. And if we're lucky, we'll find the moose by the dam, and I can show you how to kill the moose as well. The moose will charge you and stomp you, and that's not good. In here, there shouldn't be any predators unless a wolf tracks you in here. So we'll be fine. How many bullets do you have? We have 14 of these. 13 of these. Alright, that's fine. And in here there's also a small loot area. But we're not going to go there. Dave's quiet clearing. You come to this junction here. So it doesn't matter if it's foggy, because it's just, this is like a valley. You come here, and here on the left, you go there. You get to a little cave called Dave's Quiet Corner, or Dave's Quiet Cave or something. And there's usually a backpack there, some wood, maybe a corpse. Nothing major. I think you can... I think I found a bedroll in there once, but I'm not sure. I might be mistaken that for something else. Anyway, if you continue ahead, you follow this path here. And eventually you end up back at the camp office. So this is like a... It's kind of like a shortcut to the camp office. But most importantly, it's a safe route back to the camp office. So if you see lots of wolves on the ice and you don't really want to deal with them, you can take this route and you'll be completely safe. Unless you're carrying meat or something that makes you smell, no wolf is going to come and attack you here. You'll be completely safe. And then just follow this route, even if it's a blizzard or heavy fog like now. You can just follow it, and eventually you'll get out, and then you'll be staring right at the camp office, and you can't really miss it, because it's just once you see Lake Trail. This is one of the places you need to discover, by the way, for the cartographer achievement, I believe. Once you come out of it, here's the camp office. Easy. So let's go in here and do a bit more organizing before we head out. And seeing as it's foggy, I might as well take the time to repair my boots until we find something better. So I'm going to do that. Gonna repair these. Oh, I need cloth. Okay. We have some cloth in here, I think. Oh, is that, I don't know that much cloth. How about here? Oh, interesting. Yeah, we can put another book we found. There's more cloth around, though. I can grab this cloth, for example, just to get some more. And if I want, I can break this down. It gives you 10 cloth, so that's also cloth. I'm not going to use the knife if I can avoid it, just to save the condition. And then let's try and repair this. These are not amazing boots, but they are decent. You can find better ones, but they're right. That's 73, that's fine. Right, let's do some more inventory stuff. Starting at the bottom here. We can put that away there. We have cans are downstairs. These we don't need. Drop all of these. Food, I'm going to drop the peaches and stuff again. We're going to cook those later. Clothing, we'll put that in the drawers. The rest of it, I guess, we'll keep. So you can see quite a bit of loot there. You don't have to do it this way or anything. It's just my way of stacking to make things a bit nicer, but you do it however you want. Quite a few things, and I'm mostly doing this just to show you how much loot there is. If I was playing this, like, I was going to say seriously, but if I was playing it just for the sake of playing it, for doing my enjoyment, I would still stack things like this, but I wouldn't hoard it as much as I'm doing now. I would have by now probably maybe I've gone to the summit or something, but that's neither here nor there. I'm just showing you what there is to do and find. Let's see, did I find it? I got a lot of matches, but I can leave some matches there. We can leave these 24 matches here. We have some more cloth we can get rid of. Or store, rather. I think that's it of that. No, it's also this one. That's too heavy. I need to put that in here. We have lots of food. We can just carry that. We can put one of these flares in here. We don't need this. This is for timber wolves. This lasts very short, but it reduces morale of timber wolves if you throw it at them. These ones won't do that unless you hit them in the head with it. But it burns very shortly. It also is water resistant. You can walk through waterfalls with these. And that's it. I'm going to empty some cans downstairs. Put this in there too. And feathers. You don't need to carry feathers around because you're only going to use feathers while you actually craft. So there's no point really keeping them around. Put that in there. This in here. Get rid of some cloth. I like to carry one piece of cloth on me at all times. Okay. It's still good to go out. Let's add to our collection of cans. These cans are not used for anything and is stacking this for cooking. However, you could keep them in case you want to learn how to make noisemakers. The hand grenade, which will scare off any animal, including moose and bear. You can't make those until you find the noisemakers in Blackrock. Should you find yourself there. They're in the mines in Blackrock. At least that's where I found them. And then you can make them. So you can keep them for that. All right, let's have some food. Let's have Yeah, I guess we could eat. Let's eat this. And also this. And some drinks. And as you can see, food on Voyager is not a problem. And I still have so much food up there, and I have barely cooked anything. My cooking skill is actually just that. If this was Interlope, we'd be level 2 at least by now. But it's because I haven't really needed to get any meat from animals. But I could have. There were many, many carcasses I walked past that I could have used to harvest meat. Or I could have killed something. Oh, I killed a wolf. And I just cooked a little bit because there's so much to find in the world. But don't be afraid to hunt or fish. No problem with that. All right. Excuse me. We have now looted most of Mystery Lake. And it's foggy. Shame. I'm going to sleep 1 hour just to see if the fog clears up. I'm going to sleep on the floor because I can't be bothered to go upstairs. And then it's been like 2.5 hours, 3 hours because I repaired the shoes. Should be clear now, but it could still be on. Still going. Okay. I'm gonna wait a little bit. I'm actually not cold, so I can wait a little bit to see if it clears up. And it does. Yeah, it cleared up. There's our flying crows. A lot of people think they mean the weather's changing, but it's not. It's just clear enough for them to fly, and it's late in the day. So we have now, actually let's do one thing. Let's map camp office with the charcoal. And you can see where we are. Boom. I don't know why I started saying boom, but anyway. And there's a fishing hut, and where we're going to go is to the dam. And the only place we haven't really been. So I've shown you now nearly all of Mystery Lake, except for a couple smaller places that wasn't really worth going to. And there's one more place to go to, and that's the dam. Dam has a ton of loot and stuff to do, which will take a little segment. We might pop by Ravine, maybe. And what we're going to do now, we're going to take the river route to the dam. Because that's the only other place we haven't really been. We can run a little bit, because we're not that tired, and it's late in the day, so getting tired doesn't matter. If we see a wolf, I will try and hunt it to give you a demonstration of the rifle, assuming it doesn't jam. Did I, by the way, bring cleaning kits in case? Yes, I did, because I might clean it for the moose, is the thing. There's a wolf over there. Let's hunt this wolf for demonstration purposes. So by hunting wolves, you could try and shoot it from a distance. But the likelihood is you're going to miss because it's so far away. You can try, but it's difficult. See, I missed. Then I'm going to reload. And see, that's actually jammed in there. And actually, see, I ejected 2 rounds there because one got jammed because it's so low condition. If I now look on the ground, you can see this is the bullet that wasn't fired because of the jam. I ejected 2 rounds. This is the one that was fired, and I can pick this one up, and I can use that to make more ammo. Let's put some more rounds in here. Let's try again if the wolf comes back. It's possible the wolf hunted a deer, in which case it's busy. Over here. Ah, here it is. So that is one way to do it, but it's very difficult to hit shots from that distance. You could practice and eventually you'll get good at it, but is that really worth it? I don't know. The other way is to get the wolf to aggro you, and when it chases you and get close, you just shoot it in the face. But what if you miss or the rifle jams? Well, then you'll probably end up in a struggle. The other way to do it is to crouch. Just get as close as you can, and then you start crouching, because crouching severely reduces the detection range of the animals, and they can't really see you until you get really close. The lower the difficulty, the closer you get. And then you just wait for an opportunity, and you shoot them in the head, and they should go down. Let's see if the rifle jams or not, though. But if you get too close, eventually you'll get spooked, but this should be fine. Aim for the head and boom. And the wolf goes down. And I can do that. Put that in there. And pick up the casing. And here's the deer. And now I can harvest the wolf, grab the meat, grab the hide if I want to. I'm not going to do that now because this is more like a demonstration run. But normally if this was me playing, I would harvest the wolf now and eat everything. With deer, by the way, we could do deer as well. It's exactly the same as with wolves. They can't attack you, but they will spook very easily. And they will also run away if you miss. So you want to get as close as possible. And then again, you want to shoot them in the head if you can. And then they should go down. So here we go, for example. Boom. Pick up the cartridge. Put another round in. Getting low on condition at 18%. I've never had it happen, but I think the rifle can actually break, like beyond repair. Then you need to find a new rifle. You can also hunt with the bow. I could maybe demonstrate that. Although it would be fun to see it jam also. But if there's another wolf, I can show the bow as well. The bow is different because it follows a trajectory. And if you miss, you can pick up the arrows. So it's like renewable. But it will always take condition damage for every use, even if you miss. The revolver you shouldn't use for hunting. Unless it's the only option you have. Or maybe if the animal's wounded already, you can shoot it for some extra damage. It is possible to hunt any animal with the revolver. It's just not really worth it because you're going to spend so many bullets doing it. But you can hunt any animal, even a moose, with a revolver. You can do that. I wouldn't bother though, but you could do it. But as you saw, a wolf can be one shot with a revolver. And I was level 1 revolver and I still killed the wolf with one shot to the head. So it is possible in a pinch. You can also use the revolver as a deterrent. If a wolf is nearby and you want to scare it off, like maybe I suspect there's a wolf nearby here. So then I do a shot in the ground just to scare it off. Let's see, maybe there's a wolf around the bend here. No. If there was a wolf, it would have run away by now. You would have heard it. So this is the route back to the dam. Take the shell casing. And you can follow the river. Here's the rope, by the way. This rope. Do this. These ropes lead up to Lake Overlook Cave, where I was earlier. So that's the route you also can take to get up there. But you're going to have to climb 2 ropes to do it. And if you follow this river here, then what happens is you eventually get back to the dam. But this river here, though, there's not much to it going this way. You'll find a few cattails, but that's about it. But you'll end up at the other side. The other way is to go this way, and there's some loot here actually. So if you go here, then you end up in a clearing. Well, it's not really clearing because it's wood, forest, you know what I mean. And here, there can be a wolf here, so be a little bit careful of that. Then there's a little cave here. There's usually not much loot in this little cave here. It's not even a real cave, but it's called Alan's Cave, I think. So therefore we often call this like Alan's Cave area or whatever. There's nothing really there, but in this hunter's blind here, you can find stuff. You can find bedroll, flare, MRE. I think there's a first aid kit here as well. And let's just see what happens. What have we got? We have a broken arrow, which we can harvest. We can't fire the broken arrow, but we can click here and action harvest, and we get an arrowhead and feather. And once our birch saplings are cured, we can use that to create a new arrow. So there we go with that. Oh, there we go. And then we have hunting knife.
Perfect.
An MRE, like I predicted. Rifle ammo, that's great. Let's see, we have everything in here. Disinfectant and energy bar. Okay, so that's not bad. You know, it's pretty good loot for a little thing. And then let's just see if the moose has spawned. That would be interesting. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. So here we are back at the dam. Or the river by the dam, rather. Last time I was here, I was over there. And came down. Lots of birch saplings, as you can see. 5 of them. They aren't always here. But sometimes there's 5 of them here. As you can see, there's moose markings. So this is the moose area. But the moose may not be here right now. So we'll see. If it is here though, we'll hunt it. If only for demonstration purposes. So let's see what we got. I hear something, but it may be deer. Yeah, I think it's deer, yeah. Yeah, no moose. Before we go to the dam, a couple of things to note. Under this bridge here, right in front, there isn't much to this place right here. There is someone's a corpse up there. Nothing to random loot. And some cattails. But under the bridge here, underneath, there's a campfire. On lower difficulties, you can find good loot here, including a rifle. So go and check this. If you haven't found a rifle anywhere, check this campfire. It could be standing here. On high difficulties, you won't find anything there. On Interlope, I don't think I've ever seen anything there, except for the campfire itself. Then you're coming up to the trailers by the dam, and again, be careful. There could be a wolf roaming about there. If you're not sure, you could do a warning shot. Oh, there you can see there was a wolf in the area, because once I did the shot, you can hear the squeaking of the wolf. It got scared. So that's when we can use the revolver to make sure that you're safe. We'll come back to that wolf later. Let's check in here. And how is the condition of our weapons? Very low. These really should be repaired. But for demonstration purposes, I'm not going to repair them, just so you can see what happens. If I do break them, of course. Let's loot in here. Food, lots of food. These things. Drink. Anything else? Scrap metal container. Oops, I picked that up. Don't need that. We got more mittens, that's nice. And anything else? Doesn't seem like there we go. Condensed milk. Forgot about that. Alright. Revolver up in case wolf is here. And let's check this trailer as well. And here there's a first aid kit. So we're going to check that in case there's a stim or something in there. Alright. Drink. A hat. First aid kit. Bandage, painkillers. More coffee. Nice. It's actually a little bit dark, but I think we can see okay. Check the lockers. Fishing tackle, okay. Oh, another a random mag lens in the locker. That's interesting. So now I have 2 of these. If you ever want to run out of sunshine, you get another one. Another flare, more tools.
It's getting kind of heavy.
Is that it? Yeah, alright. I think that was it. Yeah, okay. Let's check. Let's check. Where's this wolf gone? Where did he run off to? Not sure where the wolf is gone. It probably ran off somewhere awkward. It happens sometimes. Yeah, over there is often a corpse, as you can see by the crows. If not a corpse, then a deer carcass. Alright, we can also check the car. I don't think there's anything here really, but we can check. Check the boot also, because even if there's nothing here, sometimes there is something you can actually click on to loot. Not today though. Let's check inside. Check the glove box. Beef jerky and matches. And a drink. There's also these visors, but they don't have anything. Maybe one that'll add something. There's also a fuel cap. I think all vehicles have it. Here. You can also open, but again it doesn't have anything. What a lot of players do is that when they've fully looted a car and they know they've done everything, they open the hood like this to indicate that this car has been looted. Because some cars may have trunks that requires a pry bar, and then if they haven't opened it yet, they will leave it down to indicate that this car needs to be opened later. All right. Now we're approaching the dam, and this area is huge. You might want to close the gate because a wolf can follow you in. It shouldn't otherwise, unless it glitches through. There'll be very often a deer carcass here. Again, you can see the crows. And here's the deer carcass. So that's good. And then we come to the dam itself. Now the dam is so huge and a fairly decent distance from the camp office that a lot of people use this as a second base in Mystery Lake. And some people use this as the main base. Because in the dam, let's get the lantern out. Do I actually have any lantern oil? I do. So I'm going to refuel this. Alright. Let's light this. It's such a big area, and also it has, right here in the entrance, it has a workbench that you can use to craft things. So some people use this as their main base, and some people use it as a secondary base. Including me, I put things as secondary. Also, it's so big that you can just loot and drop stuff, because it's just, there's so much to find there. So I'm actually going to do that now. I'm going to drop some things that I might find I don't need to carry with me. I can just drop it here, pick up later, organize it later. I don't need 2 of these mag lenses, for example. Yeah, I can leave that for the rest for now. Let me just start looking around. Now, one thing to be careful though, when night hits, there's one major danger with the dam. If an aurora hits while you're in the dam, these cables can become electrified and they can kill you instantly. Well, I say instantly. You'll have like 3 seconds and then you die. Not all the red cables are electrified, so you can travel some of the dam without getting hurt, but there are some places that will be impassable unless you very quickly run past them and then take damage. So yeah, be careful of that. This crate does not open, but here we have another jerry can, and then we just start looting. And the dam has a lot of stuff to loot. A lot of offices, a lot of drawers and everything. We're likely to find a stim here. There's a safe in here. We're probably going to find matches and things and tools. We're going to open everything, and this is a major loot. So what you could do if you spawn in Mystery Lake and you're not too far from here, you could head to the dam right away, provided you have light to actually see here, because there's just so much to check. And you're probably going to get quite a lot of stuff just going through the dam. So I'm going to do this floor first. Revolver. We're not going to take scrap metal. I'm going to leave some stuff behind. And we have another accelerant, another storm lantern, plastic container. And then we have these. On low difficulties, these ones, these toolboxes here, can have weapons and tools in it. When I say weapons, I mean hatchets and things. On Interlope, that doesn't happen. Let's also check here before we go down. We're not going to go down yet. We're going to check everything in this floor first. Let's check all these lockers. Oh, the balaclava, wow. Oh wow, lots of stuff on that one. So the balaclava can only be worn on the inside layer. At the moment it's colder, but can I repair this actually? I'm not gonna do it right now. But I guess I can put it on, but this is quite good and very warm, and you only wear it on the inside. We'll sort that out later. And then we go into the I presume is a control room. You can look around, but for the most part it's gonna be on the shelves. Let's check this first aid kit. Energy bar, antiseptic, bandage, shelves, nothing there, shelves, nothing there. Here we have a rifle round just laying about as it would in the office. Oh, a random fire striker in a random drawer. That's 88%, that's great. Fire strikers use 2% condition whenever you light a fire. These are like matches but compiled into one. So this is the same as 44 matches in one. Really, really good. Another rifle round, the same rifle round rather. Then we have shooting guides. Let's keep looking for stuff. Then we have the safe. We'll come back to the safe. Flare, this one's always there, I believe. Let's check these shelves too. Nothing there. We have accelerant there. I think that's it. And then tools. I don't think these open, but this opens. Alright, did I pick up? Yeah, I did. Alright, then the safes. We're going to open these safes. We opened one already. And like before, you just got to turn to find a combination. And let's see what you find inside. You really want is an air wrap. That's what you want. Looked like that was like 46 or something. And go past 0 again. 46. 46, okay. And then we have... I'm gonna go slower now because there's only so many options left. 46 and 54. 46, 54. Let's keep going until we find it. Come on, come on. Come on. There we go. By the way, the codes for these are randomized. If I now remember this code, whatever it was, 56, 44, 36, whatever. If I now exit the game and load it up again from the last save and then open the safe, it will be a different combination. So there's no point learning it. It doesn't achieve anything. Let's see what we have inside. Gunpowder. Yay, we got the air wrap. That's what I wanted. The air wrap is what you want because it goes in these slots. Only 3 things go in these slots. No, 4, sorry. One of them is the air wrap. Oof. And if you repair it, it gives you 1 degree warmth in this tiny little slot. It's really good. The other thing, you can wear 2 of them. You can have 2 of them for 2 degrees extra. The other thing that goes in here is the moose hide satchel that allows you to carry more stuff, which I would highly recommend you do. But you can also have the crampons, or you could have the ballistics vest. And that's it. I don't think there are any other items. They're kind of like rare items, basically. Then we're going to check in here, this office here. And look, we have another fire striker. See how that was so subtly hidden. You go in here and you just miss it, right? But I just looked to the left and here it was on there. Another fire striker. So many resources in here. And a stim. This one is often. If this stim is not here, it's usually in the control room instead. Okay. Nothing here. Check all the drawers. Drawers. Nope. And we'll check the desk itself. Okay, sometimes there'll be like a ski jacket or something by this desk. No. No, alright. We're nearing the end of this floor, but we have some more to go. You can break down all these boxes if you like. Actually, there's some random bullets on the floor. But there's usually not much behind them, if anything. Both me and some other players have actually broken down all the crates in the dam,
Walk with this much gear.
and we didn't find anything. Except for like 400 pieces of wood. That's about it. Bandage, nuts. How heavy am I? Fairly heavy. But we can keep going.
I think I can.
Yeah, I'll take that. In here, you can, if you're desperate for water, which I don't think I am, you can grab the toilet water. I'll grab a little bit though, 0.5. Yummy, toilet water. But you want to look around here because you can find the odd random bullet laying about. I don't see any bullets today, but we have work pants. And they're better than the jeans, so we're going to put those on. You see, cold is already starting to become somewhat of a non-issue as we're getting better and better clothing. So we're looking quite good. Don't think I opened this. Anything in here? I don't think so. No. Then we gotta go upstairs. Downstairs there's nothing, not that I know of. Some crates. Upstairs though, there's more offices to loot. Nothing in particular to find, but very often up here I'll find some matches or coffee or something. Happens fairly often, I'd say. Water on the floor for some reason. Just start looting all of these desks here, and you'll find stuff. Let's just keep looting. I'm not going to pick up any of these papers. Lots and lots to loot. So as you can see, the dam is just so much to loot. It's definitely the area in the whole game with the most things to actually open and search. Not necessarily the area with the best loot in the game, but definitely the area with the most loot in the game, for sure. Other than maybe the summit. I guess the summit has a ton of loot. There's the random matches.
Hope nobody needs this anymore.
Thought we would find that. I once found 2 matches in a row. Yeah. And then we have this. This is the unique medicine locker. I believe this is the only medical locker in the entire game. So let's open that. Bandage.
This will come in handy.
And flare. Oh wow, holy. That is lucky. To find a air wrap in a random locker like that. That's a very low chance of a completely random spawn. And I can open it, why not? And the balaclava. Wow, there's like 3 high-end items in one random locker. So you can actually put on another one of these then to be extra warm. And this one was in good condition. You can see it pretty much matches up with the wool toque, but it has better resistance to wind and protection. So it is better than the wool toque, but you can only have one of them. We'll sort that out a bit later. Running shoes that we don't need. So you can see sometimes you just get randomly good loot like that. It's just crazy. I'll keep looking. We're near the end of this now. More to loot though.
That guy who drank his own pee doesn't seem so crazy.
Another workbench. More matches. And it's just in here. Getting very heavy. And in here we got some more things to loot. Loot everything. Just check. As you can see,
Stuff will come in handy.
you know, you found you can find random good stuff in a locker, so you gotta check everything. Revolver. Ammunition. Nothing here. Check these. Nothing in here except for that. Trash can.
Hope nobody
Line.
needs this anymore.
I don't think anyone's gonna need a line, Astrid. Ketchup chips. And that's it. But then there's also these. so many newspaper rolls. And more, and that's the last one. And we're done. So that's everything looted in the second and first floor, or depending on what country you're in, that's the first floor and ground floor. We still have the lower levels to loot, and we can very often find tools in those levels, so we're going to do that too. And as you can see, I'm super heavy, and this is why this is very often a second base, just because there's way too much stuff to sort out. So I'm going to dump a bunch of stuff, and I'm actually going to sleep with my bedroll to regain some stamina. I should be safe from the aurora by the entrance, so if an aurora does hit and the lights start going on, that's okay. And I'm going to dump a bunch of stuff on the floor, because it's way too much to carry, as you can see. And then I can either have this as a second base in Mystery Lake, which is a good idea because it's like a connector base between regions, or I can slowly ferry things back and forth between the camp office and here. Let's put that, let's take that as well. I'm going to just dump this stuff here on our pile, and I'll sort all of this stuff out later. So let's just stand on top of this. And first, let's just refuel what we're using, and then we're going to dump everything we're not using. So let's start here. We don't need to carry this or this or this. We don't need all these flares. We don't even need to carry all of this stuff. I'm just doing it for the sake of it at the moment. All of this stuff. Food, I guess we can carry the food, I suppose. I can maybe drop the MREs and peaches for now. We have clothing. We'll wait a bit with the clothing. And there's so many matches. So many. And then we'll do some eating. Actually, yeah, we'll wait with the clothing. This heavy food. We got this. Let's eat this. Let's see if we get food poisoning this time. Or are we cursed with immunity? No food poisoning. Just don't seem to be able to get it today. I need to eat some raw fish or something. Right, I'm going to do a little sit rep in here. But first I'm going to place my bedroll. Let's have a little drink to fill that up completely. I'm going to douse this. And we can sleep, I would say we can sleep 9 hours. Then this will be fully recovered. Alright, it's actually light now. It doesn't look like it's light, but because the sun is over the horizon, it's actually light. So we can actually craft and repair things now. I'm going to drink some of these to get rid of them. Let's do that. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to do some clothing. So I want to wear this, but I'm going to repair it first. Just for comparison's sake. There we go. And now you can see that this one is actually the same. So it's 2 degrees. This one gives 1 wind resistance and 30 water. Well, this one is 1.5. 3 protection, and this one's 2 protection. So the balaclava is basically like a slightly better version, just barely, but slightly better version than the wool toque. Not by a lot, but a little bit. Then I also found a simple parka, which is fine, but this is better. I found another of these wool sweaters, slightly better, and some of these things, but we don't need them. So the clothing we're going to put in here. Everything I'm not using. And because these are kind of rare, if you want a backup, what you might do is like a lot of the clothing items I have that I put in here now, most of these are not important. And if they deteriorate, because even though these items are in the locker, they will still deteriorate. It will be slow, but they do deteriorate. So if I come back in like 50 days, probably 50 days, maybe 100 days. This is definitely broken. This is probably broken too. And most of it, maybe not the shoes, will be broken. then you have to harvest it. And that's not such a big deal. However, this one, and maybe even this one's semi-rare, this one's quite rare. You might want to consider having backups, because just in case you were to get mauled by a bear, the bear will very often destroy a lot of your clothing. You might want to have a backup. The only issue is that if you maintain all of your backups, you're going to spend a lot of cloth. So it's going to be costly, and eventually you'll run out of cloth. So what I usually do is I recommend keeping a few backups of the rarest things. If you find more air wraps, I would recommend keeping those repaired. If you find balaclava, keep at least one of those. Keep maybe 2 wool toques. And if you find an extra like couch and sweater or something, you can keep those too. So maybe like 5 to 10 items max that you keep as a backup and repair it now and then, but not the rest. Okay, because it's too much maintenance. All right, let's see. What else can I dump? Because I'm still heavy. We can put some matches in here. We can put this can be our other storage. So we'll put that in there. Some more matches in here. They don't weigh a lot, but still matches. Lots of matches in that can go in here. We can put 2 accelerants in here. We can put our second fire striker in here. Put some extra of these in. We haven't really made these teas, but that's okay. We have a lot of food, but that's okay, I guess. We can put let's see, let's put this in there. Some sewing kits in there. Put one of these in there. A line we can put in there too. Really weigh anything. We're already still heavy just because of the nature of things. All right, let's also repair this one. Oh, it looks like I forgot to put one of them away. There we go. That's repaired one of the jeans. Let's put one of the jeans in here. There we go. Now we're not heavy, but we'll be heavy again soon though, because we need to loot more stuff. But that's all right. All right, so that's good. Let's also have another one of these. How are we doing with skills and things? Okay, far away from everything except mending. So now we looted these 2 levels. As you can see, there's a ton of stuff here. Ton of stuff, but we still have more to loot. So if we go down here, we get to the passageway down into the lower dam. If an aurora is active, these cables will be electrified, and you have to basically sprint across them or you're gonna die. Then we enter the engine room, and in the engine room there's a little bit of misc loot that's worth looking out for. At the lower level, say, there isn't much. Sometimes there's a toolkit over here, but that's about it for this floor. But upstairs, there's a few things to note. So you can just, let's go upstairs, go up these stairs, and then you have these lockers, with just random loot, really.
This'll come
Work
in.
boots. But you can find a fire striker here. Now, because I already found a fire striker on the floor in the office, I don't think it will be here, but you can find it. Over here, there's sometimes a corpse with a flare. And today, though, we have just a flare and another can opener. There's 5 can openers, just Mystery Lake alone. And then that's it. And then we're gonna go across here and to this corner over there, because on this corner there's sometimes a container. Today there isn't one, but we have ketchup chip. Here in this corner there can be a fire striker, but usually it's just one per area, so it was in the office instead. And then we can just go down here. Boink. And then that's pretty much it for everything that's here. There's not really anything in this level to loot. Down here, however, there is something. These can also be electrified, in which case you have to go upstairs, where we just were, and climb down this rope instead. But it's not electrified now, so you can just walk over it. Then we come to the lower dam, the last place to loot. And when you enter here, remember to immediately stop. See, it says broken arrow. I was like, huh? Broken arrow? What the? Huh? And then you just go forward and turn around. And you see that for some reason there's a broken arrow in the wall. And then another one on the floor. And then this person. And then another storm lantern. And then this is the last level to loot. But we're going to do it in reverse order because of how the dam works with entrances. Wood matches, these are often but not always here. Another book. Metal container with mittens and baseball cap. Then you have this in here, there can be a coffee. Very rare though, it's almost never happened. Lockers. Maple syrup. Cargo pants. The cargo pants are very good, but it needs repairing. Firearm cleaning kit. Oh, old-fashioned Parker. And more cargo pants. Alright. Good stuff. And then this. More mittens. You see there's so much loot here in the dam that you should go here. And if you are near it, you could always loot this early. I didn't do it in this walkthrough, but you could. And you get lots and lots of stuff. Okay. Now the rest of the dam is this way. But we're actually going to come back that way because the way out of the dam now, if you didn't know, the dam actually connects to Pleasant Valley. So we are in the dam now, which is basically here, this area. You can enter a connector region called Winding River, which takes you to Pleasant Valley through a cave. And the way out is this door here, emergency exit only. A lot of people ignore it because they don't really know it's just part of the wall or whatever. But you can go out here. But when you go out, you end up in Winding River. And you can follow now this river here, and there's usually wolves down here. You can follow this river, and you'll eventually, you might take a wrong turn or two, but eventually you'll get to a cave that has a loading screen. If you find a cave without a loading screen, that's just a normal cave. But eventually you'll find a cave that loads, and that cave on the other side takes you to Pleasant Valley. However, let's say you come from Pleasant Valley and you arrive to the dam and you want to enter Mystery Lake. Can you do that? And yes, you can. Before we do that though, there are a couple of hidden areas of loot there. Sometimes there's a metal container or something here. There can also be containers behind these crates. If you look through here, nothing here today. Maybe one of the other ones has something. Let's go up and check these. So let's see. Anything here? No. What about this one? This one does have here. I can't reach it, as you can see. It's not accessible. The only way to access it is that I now break down these pallets. I might as well do it for demonstration purposes. However, there is nothing special about it. It's just random loot. You know, you might get something good, you might get nothing. For the sake of demonstration, though, we can break this down. It takes 2 hours. I get a ton of wood. And be careful that you're not cold. If you are cold, make sure you light a fire or something. Then you can loot it. And we have chocolate and a t-shirt and lantern fuel. So there was something there. I'm going to dump this wood because we don't need it. So, there we are. You find lots of scrap metal around. Now let's say you were to arrive from Pleasant Valley and you're like, yeah, I made it to the dam, let's go to Mystery Lake and let's loot everything. And then you're like, huh? Doesn't open. Well, that's because this is a one-way door. Once you exit, you can't actually go back in. So that's annoying. Does that mean you have to go all the way around or something? No, there is another way into the dam. It's, of course, this way, across the dam. So if you ever come out of the dam, you're not sure to go back in, or you arrive from Pleasant Valley, you gotta go this way, along the edge. If you're scared and a bit careful, just crouch and take your time, take it slow. You'll be fine. If you were to fall off the edge, you won't die immediately because see, it slopes a little bit. So if you were to accidentally fall off, you probably will survive. and then you have to crouch slowly downwards till you get to the ice, and then you got to go up this path here, and then you come back up where we just were, and that's how you get back up here. This part is the only careful part. You can try and shoot the bunnies if you want, but and this part you will now access another area of the dam. And this part almost always has a deer carcass. It does happen that it's not there, but usually it is there. You can cook it and grab some a deer hide or some meat, and then you want to look in these pipes as well, because in these pipes in the back here there can also be a crate or container. Not today, but it would be done here. I think here also, not today, but it can be a crate there, a random loot. Now to get back into the dam, you go past the deer carcass if it's there, and up here. And here you'll see some scrap metal. You'll see a backpack, an energy bar. And here's the door. Like, this will be, I presume, the way in, I guess. I don't know, though, if it is a way in. On this side, it is an emergency area, I suppose. But anyway, this is how you get up there. So it just says leave Winding River. Huh? What's that? And it's actually not a door. It's just a window that's broken. So you click that, and you go back in the dam. So now we're back inside the dam, and we're in the same place where we went out, just another part of it. So we can actually start looting from here. And here we have, you know, cooking pot. That's usually always there. Wool mittens, a flare, and then a few cabinets and things to loot as well. I'm gonna loot all of this stuff. Yeah, check all of this. And we should be able to find some tools. There's a few guaranteed items as well that we will find. I'll show them to you. Not much here, but here there can be a coffee or tea today. Fun fact, if you heat up this tea, because you found this tea, this is not a tea you've made, this is tea you found. If you heat up the teas you find, you level up cooking. But if you heat up a tea you've made that's already made, it doesn't level up cooking. So if I were to make teas with these, that level ups cooking as well. But if that tea goes cold and then I heat it up on a fire, you can just place it on the fire or near the fire. You won't get cooking level for that. But this tea, because I found it, same goes with this coffee. I found this coffee. You actually level up cooking skill for that. That was discovered, as far as I know, by someone called Survivor Pickle. Yeah. If you're watching this, you know that it was actually Thomasina. No, I'm just joking. It wasn't. It was him. As far as it's always hard to say who discovered something first, because not everyone who discovers something tells other people about it or whatever. You know, some people might think, oh, this is just general knowledge, and they don't say anything. So it's not really that big a deal who discovered something first. What matters is how you use that knowledge. So I don't know of anything I've discovered first that I can think of, at least. This used to open, I'm pretty sure, but not anymore. Let's check the rest of this. We're nearing the end of the dam.
I'll take it.
Revolver, more cargo pants. As you can see, there's so much loot here in the dam. Trail boots. I'm getting very heavy. Tools. Keep going. Sewing kit, sweater. Oh, long johns. These are good. These are rare. These are the other types of thermal leggings, and they are better than the blue ones. They give basically double the warmth. They also weigh more, but they are very, very good. They're quite rare. You'll probably always find one of these on the summit, but if you're playing on on higher difficulties like Interloper, they're extremely rare. Arguably even possibly a bug if you get them. But here they're great. Flare, boots. See, there's way too much stuff here. We can't take all of this. I'm already going so slow, see? Because I'm carrying 55 kilos of stuff. I'm gonna eat this. This is too heavy. I have a drink also. I don't think it's gonna change much though. It's still gonna be heavy. You see I'm now walking in a crawl. And there's still more stuff to take. So I'm actually probably gonna just dump some stuff. And then we can pick it up later. The idea here is just to show you how much there is. So if you need loot on Voyager, like if you, or Stalker, or any difficulty really, just come here. You'll find so much stuff. You could just live in the dam for ages. You'll find lots of clothing. This is always here, the wool scarf. And often in here, when you come down the stairs, if you go this way, there'll sometimes be a hacksaw here. At least on Interloper, you can find a hacksaw laying here. I think you can find a jerrycan here too. Careful with these cables though, they can electrocute you. And now, because we're going so slow, I'm actually going to dump some stuff. So we found another storm lantern. We don't need this stuff, so I'm just going to drop it because there's too much stuff. I just can't carry all this stuff. It's way too much stuff. And we're so heavy, we're going so slow. I'm just going to drop some of it. It's just too heavy. We got all these boots we don't need. This might maybe be better, so we'll take that. We got extra cargo pants. We'll drop that one then, I guess. We drop the t-shirt. Doesn't really do anything. Yeah, I guess that's it for now. So I have to drop all of this stuff. So much stuff, because I'm just so heavy. If I had the patience, I would just carry all of it very, very slowly up to the entrance, but better is to go back and forth. Here's a torch that's also always there, and it can be 100%, but usually it's 35. I'm just going to take it. If I was playing by myself, I probably would drag everything up there, but today I'm not doing that. I'm dumping stuff. Newspaper, more sewing kits. See if we can find anything in here. As you can see, this is so... Hacksaw! That's nice. Sorry, coughing. Hacksaw we didn't actually have one, I don't think. Can be used to destroy things like this metal shelf. I can saw this, and then I get scrap metal. So the hacksaw is used to harvest things, anything that's metal, and then will give you scrap metal. And you can use the scrap metal to forge to create arrowheads or improvised knife or improvised hatchet. You don't need those on Voyager. You can actually find the bow, you can find arrows, you can find hatchet, you can find knives. So on Voyager you don't need to forge. But you can if you want to, especially if you want to make more arrows. And then you might want to use the hacksaw to break down stuff to get more scrap metal. If you were to find a hacksaw in the early game also, before you find a hatchet, you can also use the hacksaw to cut down saplings. So if you find a hacksaw and you see some saplings you want, but you haven't found a hatchet yet, you can use the hacksaw instead. So it also has that purpose. Revolver cartridge. I love how these workplaces just have random, ammo lying about. Then there was coffee. And more. These places can also be electrified, and now we're almost at the end. As you can see, this place is huge. So much to loot. And then when I get to the end, I'm going to do a bit of sit rep, and then there's one more thing we're going to do before we end this walkthrough, and that's to see if we can access the ravine.
Stuff will come in handy.
Okay. And now we're back here. This is where I left. I went out this door and went outside. So now we're back. Now we have looted the entire dam. And as you can see, and I'm quite heavy, I have found so much stuff. really good clothing. I found tools, hacksaw, storm lantern, arrows, medicine, even ear wraps. You know, lots of food. There's just so much to find here. So I went here quite late in this walkthrough. I went kind of like all the other things first. But there's no reason why you can't do this first. So what you could do is, regardless of where you spawn, you can get yourself situated to figure out where you are. And then you can just head to the dam right away. And as long as you have a light source in case it's dark, loot the entire dam and you'll be golden. You'll have so much stuff. I think you can also find a rifle and revolver in here. But it varies where they are. But if you haven't found anywhere else, have a look in the dam and you might find a rifle and or a revolver. So there's so much stuff. So if you go here on like day 1 or 2, you are likely to come out of the dam with pretty good clothing, lots of food, and you are already, even if you don't have weapons, if you don't find a rifle or revolver here, you'll be armed with everything else. You'll have your medicine, your food, your clothing, your tools. You'll have everything. Well, almost everything. So this is a great looting location on lower difficulties. And here we can dump some more stuff. I'm just going to dump all this on the ground because there's just too much stuff. So I'm just going to drop it. Let's refuel. No, we don't need that. So we can drop this as well. Drop that. Drop the... What else can we drop? We found some clothing. Actually, I'm going to wait to drop that. We found another one of these. There's so much stuff here, right, that we found. Now, before I do anything else, I'm going to do the clothing because the cargo pants rather, are very good. So I'm going to repair those. How much cloth do I have? 2. That's okay, I can harvest some stuff. Harvest this. So I'm going to do a little repair session here to get the best clothing. Anything else that's bad? I can harvest the jeans. Let's see if there's anything else I can harvest. I guess that's it. Okay, I want to repair a few things. So I'm going to repair the cargo pants first. Let's do that. I might stay here a day just to do this. Okay, that's good enough. So they're quite good, these ones. They're actually slightly better than these because they're quite heavy. So if I repair these as well, let's see if I manage to do that. That's 77, so you can see they are. That's actually for the sake of demonstration, repaired completely. Come on. All right, 100%. You can see they are basically the same. They give the same temperature, slightly less wind resistant and water resistant, and also armor. But temperature wise, and that's really the stat you want, the most important stat in the game is the temperature. And they give the same temperature, but it weighs half. This weighs 0.75, this weighs 1.5. If you are not that comfortable with wolves and stuff, if you want protection, then go for the work pant instead. They weigh more, but they give you a bit more protection, as well as a little bit more water and stuff like that. But if you just want efficiency with weight, go for the cargo pants instead. Okay, and then we have the wool long johns. We want to repair that too. There we go, and we need more cloth. Let me see, did I have any cloth like in here that I can just harvest? Yeah, we can take that, and we have too much stuff, really. Let's have a drink also. Get rid of some other stuff. I'm gonna harvest some things and repair some more. Is that... Oh, okay, whatever. I'm gonna harvest this. I'm gonna do some harvesting now and then do some more repairs in the morning. Let's harvest the genes. Can harvest more things if necessary, it doesn't really matter. Let's harvest. I got too many of these, we'll get rid of this one. And we got 2 of these. I'm not sure I wanted to get rid of that. We have a lot of these too. Yeah, we can get rid of 1 of these. Oh, I need to put that on, yeah. Let's get rid of this one. So now we have a bit more cloth. Alright, I think that's okay. Can harvest this if you want to. I'm not going to do any repairs because it's too dark. So I'm just going to make sure I place my bedroll here. And before I do that, I'm going to pass some more time by making my birch teas in case I want to make those. So let's craft that. I haven't actually made any teas. Don't really need to, I guess. And that's good. Then we just need to eat something. And let's again stick to the low quality stuff. I don't think this is going to give us a lot of food poisoning, but you never know. There we go. Then we're going to sleep. Seems like 9 hours, but I'm going to put 10. And then we'll see. I want to wait until it's light and then do some more repairs. Got light. It's almost light, so I can pass time until those there. Now it's daylight because those rays on the side of the sun is over the horizon. So we're gonna eat some more. Why don't we just continue eating low quality stuff just in case I get food poisoning and I can cure it. Doesn't look like that's gonna happen though. Sounds like a blizzard is outside. Alright, then we're going to do some more repairs. So I want to repair a few things. I want to repair this, for example. Because I think the old-fashioned parka, this one doesn't exist on Interloper, but I believe this one is quite good in terms of warmth. So I'm going to do some repairs. Level up some mending while we're at it. Mending is probably the slowest skill to level. Yeah, this gives, it's heavier, but it gives a lot more warmth. So I'm going to take that. I'm going to harvest this while I'm at it, just for some more cloth. There's so many, this is one region, and I have so much clothing item. Anything else that needs repairing? I mean, this could be repaired, I suppose. We can repair the air wrap if we want. Just to get half a degree. These are fine, I guess. Yeah, let's repair the clothing, the climbing socks too. And I guess that's about it. Do we need anything? I guess we could repair this. 68. We need 3 to repair it. Wow, okay. Let's put some stuff away of the clothing items. What you can do, actually, a trick here, I believe this works. There's something they added with BlackRock. You see you have move all to inventory and move all to container. If you click this button, it takes everything into the container. But I believe it only moves the items you're actually not wearing. Yeah, so that's one way to do that easier like that. And then we have, is there anything else I can like put in here? Like we have more matches, we can put some more matches in here. We have more medicine, put that in there. I guess this we can carry. This we can put 2 more of these in there. Dude, we got so much stuff. It's so much stuff. And in here, there's more I'm gonna drop. Just, you know, this. So as you can see, there is a whole bunch of stuff to do here. Because it's the damage just has so much to loot that you'll never run out of things. All right, let's can keep drinking some of these. I need to get a little bit lighter. Drink some more Stacy's grape soda. And let's get rid of something. I'm still a bit heavy, so let's just get rid of something. Let's see. These are okay to keep, I think. I guess we can get rid of one of the torches. We got 2 bandages that we don't need. Let's put these. Yeah, now it's actually okay. I'm gonna sleep for 1 hour, see if this blizzard ends. And there it ended. Okay, so now we've done all of Mystery Lake, pretty much. We survived 6 days. Soon 7. Could be... it's foggy now. I don't know if I can map in this condition. I can. Yeah, it's clearing up. So we now looted all of Mystery Lake, except for a couple mine areas I didn't go to. We now looted all of Mystery Lake. And as you can see, we are armed to the teeth. We have the rifle with a lot of bullets. I already used some. I even found a bow with 1 arrow. We have the revolver with a ton of bullets. Our gear is really strong after looting everything, including the dam. So much that I have plus 21 degrees bonus. And I am actually warm, 7 degrees warm. So I can go outside now and I have nothing to worry about. Then if the wolves come for me, yeah, well, I'm gonna get them. Simple as that. Before I go though, there's one more thing I'll show if I can find a rope, which is the Ravine, because the Ravine has the distress pistol is nearby. Before we do that though, I'm just gonna see if the moose is there, so we can hunt the moose. Let's have a quick look. We see moose markings there. Is there a moose? There is no moose that I can see. No. Okay. So, here at the dam, you get access to the ravine. So if you follow the train tracks here, this actually leads all the way to Coastal Highway. If you follow the train tracks this way, it leads through Fallen Muskeg and then Broken Railroad. If you follow it this way, it leads to the ravine, and after the ravine, you get to Coastal Highway. Now, as you can see, we have so much loot already, and this is one region, so there's tons and tons and tons more loot to find, and it's pretty easy, to be honest, after this point. However, here in Mystery Lake, in Ravine, there's a couple things to note. There's a few places here to loot, but we're not going to go into those now, because we don't really need to. But there's a few places here to loot. But there's 2 things to note about the Ravine. One is that this is one of the only areas in the game, in fact I think it is the only area in the game that does not have any predators in it. Keeper's Pass North also very rarely has predators, but can have a wolf. This area has no wolves, no bears, nothing. But it does have deer, it does have rabbits, and it does have birch bark. So if you want a little break, go somewhere quiet, hunt a little bit, and just take a moment and not worry about the wolves, come to the ravine and you'll find some deer, like here's one right there. You'll find some rabbits and you can hunt them, you can cook them. Let's see if I can hit this guy from here. I hit him, but as you can see, he didn't die, so now he's going to bleed out. He's going to run around until eventually it dies. See, that's why I said earlier, when you shoot from that distance, the likelihood is very high that you're not going to kill the animal. You might hit it, like I did, but you're not going to kill it. But it's wounded now, so it's going to run around and bleed. But yeah, so this area has no wolves, so you can hunt the deer, you can hunt the rabbits. There'll be some birch saplings, there's birch bark to make birch tea. So that's great. The other thing is that there's a crash site in the canyon here, and you have the distress pistol there, which can be good to get. The only issue is you need a rope to get down there. It is possible to get down there without a rope, but I wouldn't recommend doing it unless you really want to, because it's very, very dangerous to do. And this train cart here is one of 2 possible spawn locations here. So let's see if we find a rope here. I hope we do. We did. Yes, there's another jerry can, by the way. I'm not going to pick this stuff up because I already have enough. So I'm going to check this though. I'm going to take this. So the rope is very heavy, 5 kilos. But you need it for a rope anchor to get down into the ravine. Because we want to go down there in order to access the train cart that has the distress pistol in it. Particularly important now because I already have the some flare shells extra. So let's just head there. While I'm walking there, let me point out that if you want to go down to the ravine, you need the rope, and there are 2 places in the ravine you can find the rope. One is where I just was in the train cart. If it's not there, then it can be past the train where I'm going now, a bit further in, follow the train tracks, and you'll see a cave at some point. And inside that cave, there'll be some rabbits and train carts around. Inside that cave, there can also be a rope. What I'm talking about is, see, here's a crossing here. This is how you cross the ravine. You go over this log here, over, and on the other side of this ridge there's a cave. If you didn't find a rope inside here, this is where I just was. If the rope isn't there, it can be in this cave over there. However, it is possible that you find no rope in either location. If that happens, you either have to find a rope somewhere else, or what's the best idea is to take a rope from somewhere else. So remember in Lake Overlook, back in Mystery Lake, Lake Overlook was here above the camp office. Remember there were 2 climbing ropes there that I said I never use? We went the long way around and then up here instead. You can grab one of those ropes, just approach the rope and take it. Put it in your inventory and then come here. Because you're unlikely to use those ropes anyway. So that's something you can do. And then you can go here. And then when you reach this, you attach the rope. And it takes about 15 minutes in game, I think it does. Boom, and there you go. And now you can climb down. I'm borderline heavy, so I'm going to drop a few heavy things that I won't be needing. I won't be needing the rifle or this or that or this. I'll take the bedroll. I won't take this though. There we are. I'm a bit lighter now. So now I can climb down. Many places in the long dark you can actually carefully climb down on the ledges and just carefully make your way down. This is one of those areas where you shouldn't do that, because this one has death barriers. There's a few places in the long dark where the developers have put invisible walls, and if you step on those walls you instantly die. It's kind of like to prevent cheesy mechanics, and this is one of those areas. So don't try to get down to this ravine without a rope. You can die. It is possible to get down here without the rope, but I wouldn't bother doing it. It's not worth the risk. If you really would like to do it and you would like to know how, you can check out, for example, my Dark Walker challenge speedrun, my former world record, and you can skip to when I'm in the ravine and I show it there. That's one of the places. So here we are at the bottom of the ravine. And here is a corpse. Not much to that really, but we got an MRE and another Parker. How about that? We're not going to pick that up though. And then we're not going to go there, but oh yeah, of course. If you go this way, you follow this river, you get to a cave, and after that cave is the entrance to Bleak Inlet. And in fact, we're not going to go there now. I guess I could go there, but I left my weapons up there. If you ever do go to Bleak Inlet, which a lot of people don't want to because of Timberwolves, if you do go there, you should go this way first. Because when you go in this way, you actually enter the upper levels of Bleak Inlet. And that gives you access to the radio tower in Bleak Inlet and a rope, which you can attach to a rope anchor. And in the radio tower is the code for the workshop in the lower levels. So you want to go to the upper levels through this way first, so that you can put a rope down to the lower levels, and then it's accessible. If you go the other way, which is through Fallen Muskeg, you can't access the upper levels unless you go this way first. But we're not going to do that. Instead, what we're interested in is this, the train cart. I guess this is kind of like one of the locomotives or whatever. And what we want here is the distress pistols. You go inside. On the left here, you'll find guns, 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 guns. Another one of those rare books, goose books, that we can use to level rifle once we're level 4. Some more revolver ammo, random plastic container. Very often there's a stim down here too. Not gonna be here though. And another drink. And we have this, the emergency kit. Let me just see anything else. Oh yeah, there is also this. Here we have, boom, the distress pistol.
Thank you.
Along with 5 shells. Now the distress pistol is arguably the most powerful gun in the game. This can one-shot a moose, it can one-shot a bear, it can one-shot everything. It doesn't guarantee that you do it, and the purpose of the distress pistol is to scare away wolves. So if a wolf or a predator or something comes near, you can scare it off. The revolver can scare away a wolf by just shooting it, but bears, not necessarily, or moose, no. But if you have this, you'll scare away any animal if you shoot it, except aurora animals. That's the only exception. So this is a great defense. So it's very common to see players walk around with this out in their hands, because then if a wolf or a bear or something suddenly appears, you can just shoot it, and then boom, they are running away. So it's a very powerful gun. You can also hunt with it. If you hit the animals with it, they can die, but it could also take several hits, so I wouldn't bother doing that, but you could do it. Now, we're going to have to get back up here, but we're very tired, and we're going to get heavy soon, so this is actually kind of risky. But what we could do, there's 3 things we could do. One thing is we could sleep. Sleeping here in the open isn't the greatest idea. But we could go into the train cart, we could make a fire, we could go down to the cave that's down there, sleep in that, and recover energy. The other thing we could do is we could use one of our stims, and then we get all of our energy back and we can climb it all the way up. The third thing we could do is we could use the coffee we found. I wanted to heat this up just for the sake of leveling cooking. In fact, I can do that quickly, just for demonstration purposes. Start a fire. And now you'll see that if I take here a cooking pot and make a coffee, and then I also take this one, which is the one I found. Can wait until that's done. Oh, put some. Oh yeah, I don't really have much. If I now take this, I should get a cooking skill. And I did. As you can see, I leveled up cooking. If I take this one, I also level up cooking, as you can see, because I made coffee. However, if I take either of these two and now warm them up, that does not give me any cooking because they're already made. Another way you can warm things up is you can just drop it near the fire. This is too far away, but if I move it closer, now it's warming up. And in fact, you can make tea circles like this, and it will warm up. If you have food that is open with a can opener, which I don't have on me, you can also cook that. You can open cans and just lay them near the fire. So, this one will actually give me cooking as well, because I found this tea, so I can take that, and cooking has been leveled again. So, why don't we drink this? There we go. Take this. Now we get a warming up benefit, so we're actually even warmer now. Move away from the fire. Because of the coffee giving us warmth, but also fatigue is reduced. This doesn't really affect climbing too much, but basically now I don't get as tired by running and walking. But what we really want is, if you look at my meter, my fatigue meter, so this one, you can see it's gone up a little bit. It's increased. In fact, if I drink the other coffee, you'll see it will go up even more. See? Now it went up even more. So you can actually gain energy back by drinking coffee. And now we should be okay climbing all the way up there. However, just to be sure that we can manage this, we might want to take a little break at the ledge over here. We also want to make sure we're not too heavy. If, however, I am too heavy, we have backup solutions for that. We can sleep on the ledge, which I wouldn't recommend. I would only do that if it's an emergency. Or we have stims. This is a long climb, so I highly recommend that you stop here on the ledge and take a break. There you go. Now, because I dumped all my stuff up there, I am actually not heavy yet. I'm still fairly light. So I can keep climbing. I could also eat something if I want, but it's not a big deal. Now I'm just going to wait for the stamina to recharge until it's fully recharged. And then I keep climbing. And the rest of the climb is pretty small. So even with the little fatigue I have left, I should be able to make it all the way up there. No problem. I'm just going to wait. If your fatigue meter, this one, if there's only 25% left or less, so if it's like this or less, it takes much longer for the sprinting meter to recharge. But if it's anywhere here, then it recharges at the normal rate. So as you can see now, it's going quite slow because of how low fatigue I am. But fatigue is still active, the reduction. Let's climb the rest. We should, because we have quite a bit of margin here. It doesn't matter if you get heavy while you climb, but if you do get heavy while you climb, you start burning more energy and you could risk falling down. In this case, I think we should manage, but maybe we'll be just too short. But let's just see if that happens. I'll show you. What happens now is I reach the red, and as you can see, I'm running out of stamina. So now we're actually entering kind of like a random generator where we could make it all the way up, but there is a chance that we're going to fall. So now my character is exhausted. We're so close, but we are exhausted, and we could slip. And there we go, see? Now I could continue climbing up, but what's likely to happen is I'm going to fall again. You could keep doing this, and it's possible to make it just by pure luck, but most likely we're going to fall again. We're really lucky though. We could make it. And we did. So you see, that was very close. If that happens, that's quite dangerous. You won't fall all the way down and die, but you can fall and take damage. So when you climb long ropes, and this is a long rope, normally they're not this long. When you climb a long rope, you want to make sure you have enough stamina. If you have crampons, it's easier. If you're not sure, so in this case, I had just barely not enough, but I made it up. But if you're not sure, make sure you have a backup plan. In this case, I wasn't worried, because if I didn't make it up, I had stims, which I could have popped. And just because I haven't used one yet, I can illustrate how that worked. So now I'm exhausted. And let's say I'm stuck in a blizzard or something, and I am exhausted and I'm cold and I need to get to shelter and I'm walking slow because I'm heavy. What I could do, I could now take a stim and pop it. And what's going to happen is I'm going to instantly heal for 15% of health. I'm already full health, so that doesn't make a difference there. And then I'm going to get all of my energy back, and I can sprint non-stop for 60 seconds. So just for illustration purpose, I'll show you. It's like this. And now I can sprint non-stop. And it's 60 seconds. So if I'm in a dire situation, I can now use this. And even if I have sprains or broken ribs, I can ignore those and just sprint anyway. If I have a sprain on my hands and I therefore can't use the rifle, doesn't matter, the stim will ignore all of that stuff. You can even climb the rope if you have sprains and broken ribs, or if you pop a stim. So this is an emergency only. Now I'm using it basically to travel back faster, which is a waste of a stim. But in principle, you can use it as a backup solution. Once it expires though, you will be completely fatigued. You will have drained all of your energy. I'm going to check quickly if the moose is here. It doesn't seem like the moose is here. For illustration purposes, just for the fun of it, I'm going to pop one more stim, which is, you should never do this, but I'm going to do it just because I want to get to the camp office very quickly, so that before we go, I can hunt a bear or with the distress pistol. But I can also illustrate the power of this thing. So now I'm running. I'm using a stim because I'm exhausted, but you should never do this, of course. You should walk normally or stop and rest. I'm just doing this now to illustrate how powerful these stims are, how fast you can travel, how far you can go, how you can get out of situations. It's just a really, really strong tool to use. But using it to travel like this is a complete waste. I'm simply doing this now for the sake of demonstrating how it works and to get to my base faster, to save some time. If there's a wolf around the corner, which it doesn't appear to be, I have my distress pistol ready and I can scare it off. You can also activate a feat. I forgot the name of it, but it's the one that allows all your stimulants to last 25% longer. That one, if you do that, the stim will last, how much would that be? That would be 15 seconds longer. That probably would have made it to the camp office. But it also applies to coffee and energy drinks and stuff like that. That one is almost never used because there aren't many situations where you really need stims to last longer. So it's not really that important. I might shoot this deer just to see if the rifle can jam. Because so far we had one jam only. And that was when the bullet jammed. So there wasn't actually the shot that jammed, there was the bullet. Let's see if it jams again. Notice that right now I am exhausted. And the consequence of that is that, well, I'm tired, I'm heavy, I can't sprint. But another one is that I can't aim for very long. See, if I aim now, see the aim on the top, the bottom right? Oh, see, I get exhausted very quickly. So you have a very small window to actually hunt the deer. But just for, again, demonstration purposes, so normally I wouldn't waste anything. But now I'm just doing it for the sake of demonstrating. I'm going to shoot it there and just see if it jams. Let's get a little bit closer. A little trick you can use also to get there how you want to go. If it's not going away, you can look away and then look back. And you see it'll change direction. That's very clearly an exploit. So do with that as you will. You won't see me doing that unless it's for demonstration purposes. But it's not like I play completely exploit free either, so no judgment in the long dark. Alright, let's see what happens if I shoot it. Will it jam? Will it not? Let's see. Oh, I missed. Oh, it jammed. Rifle jammed. Reload to clear. So I have to eject. comes out. And just like that. See, last time this happened, it didn't actually jam when I fired it. It jammed when I loaded it. See, 15%. So that's what happens when the rifle jams. It just won't fire. So if that's a wolf, that's not good. We can do the same with the revolver. It's also close to jamming. Now, shooting a deer with the revolver is never good. So we're just going to do it anyway. And we'll see if it jams and if we can actually kill it. Let's do a couple like shots just to wear out the revolver a little bit. Alright, let's see if we can get a bit closer and we'll do some shots on the deer to see what happens when the revolver jams. I do have footage of it jamming if necessary, but basically the same as with the rifle. So we'll do like this. Boom. Revolver jammed. Reload to clear. Yeah, so that's what happens. This deer is going to bleed out. Yeah, so that's how it works. And as you can see now, very low condition. This can, I'm not sure exactly what the threshold is, but generally speaking, as long as the rifle and revolver is in the yellow, it can jam and then it won't shoot. And if that is a wolf, if a wolf is coming towards you and that happens, you probably don't have time to change anything. So you're gonna have to eject and clean it like this. And that emptied that. And then we can reload. So yeah, that's what happens when the weapons jam. And you do not want that to happen. One thing, the weapon can break if it goes down to 0. But you can repair it in the milling machine. I've never done that because I never had a weapon go that low, but I've seen it happen. But this is why you want firearm cleaning kits, because you want to avoid that happening. So what we're going to do now, let's go in here. And we're going to clean, not a revolver, but a rifle. Because we might use it to hunt the bear. And then that's the last thing we do in this very long walkthrough. But if you have been watching all this way so far, well then first of all, thank you for watching so far. You are amazing, and you know, I really appreciate it. If you use this video to fall asleep to, that's okay too. I don't mind. I do that to other people. And if you watch this far, then we can have a code word, which some of my videos are code words, just to see if you watch that far. In this case, the code word can be jam, because things jammed. Maybe it can be a specific type of jam, like rosehip jam. Imagine if that was in the game. So let me know if you like rosehip jam. Yeah, thank you if you watched this far. I know it's a long video, but it's one of those things where I don't play Voyager normally, and if I'm gonna make a walkthrough of how to play on Voyager, might as well do it properly. And remember again, this is just one region, and we've done so much stuff that you can just imagine how much loot there is in the rest of the world. There are a couple of unique items you can find that we haven't covered in this video. One of them is the moose hide satchel, which allows you to carry 5 kilos more. That one you can find in Hush River Valley. Or you can kill a moose and then cure the hide and make it yourself. There's also in Ash Canyon, there is a backpack which allows you to carry another 5. In the gold mine, there's also crampons there, which allows you to climb easier. So in total, you can carry plus 15 extra. So you can carry 45 kilos in total without being tired. And there's also the ballistic vest in Blackrock, and noisemakers there. Those are also unique items. Other than that, we pretty much covered everything. Hammer we didn't find if you want to do forging. That's about it. Because the firearm clip has been broken. If you want, you can just dump the firearm clip on the ground, and there's my rubbish, you know. But the alternative, if you want to get rid of it, you can actually put something that's broken in an empty cabinet, and it will despawn like this. And there it goes. So now it's gone from the world. And we have repaired our rifle. So let's actually, before we call this, we're going to go and we'll eat. Let's just keep doing stuff. I guess we'll do MRE. Let's eat that. We didn't get any food poisoning for me to cure, but it's not a bad thing. We didn't cook any teas either, but I guess that's alright. Oops, then we're going to sleep. Too close to another object, okay. Sleep for 12. I'm not going to go to the bed because I'm already full health. So let's sleep for 12 hours. Then we're going to go to the bear and get it. All right, 7 days. Got this. And this. All right. Now, nice clear day. Even though it's somewhat early, it's barely cold because of all the gear we have. Let's prepare our stuff. Let's find the bear. There can also be a moose there. There's a couple special moose in the game. Not many, but there's a few. And we're gonna go and see if we can find the bear. But the moose in Mystery Lake is a little bit unusual. So the moose will always have markings like that. So you saw the markings on the trees. That's to tell you that this is where the moose spawns. Now you saw that I checked 4 times and there was no moose. But if you check enough times, eventually it'll be there. However, if you really want to bag a moose, I would recommend that you travel across regions to multiple moose spawns. Don't just wait by one, because it could take days and days before it appears. So instead of just waiting around for it, just instead travel between it. Find the different moose spawns in the different regions, and then travel between it until you eventually find something. I think that's a better thing to do. However, Mystery Lake, there's a few places in the world that do not have moose markings. So most of the moose spawns in the Longdar will always have those brown markings on the trees, so you know the moose is there. There's a couple of exceptions. In Desolation Point, you don't usually get markings on the trees, but the moose can still spawn by the bridge. In Coastal Highway, the moose can spawn by the garage, and there's usually not markings there either. Are there any? And then there's one other. Are there any more than that? Bleak Inlet has a weird moose system, but we don't need to get into that. Astro Valley is okay. Milton's okay. Coastal Highway, Ash Canyon. Ash Canyon, I think, does have moose markings, but they're not very visible because they are by the burnt trees. Blackrock does also have, but yeah, but Mystery Lake is unusual because that's the bear. In Mystery Lake, there are 3 places a moose can spawn. It can spawn here in Trappers, in which case you don't get markings, or it can spawn by the Unnamed Pond cabin that I showed earlier, in which case you will find markings there, or it can spawn in the dam, in which case you'll find markings there. So if you go around Mystery Lake and you do not find any markings, then your moose spawn in Mystery Lake is actually Trapper's cabin, and it will walk around in Trapper's cabin. However, there's an unusual thing with Mystery Lake in that if your moose spawn is by the dam or Unnamed Pond, then that is your moose spawn. However, the moose can very, very rarely also spawn in the trapper's cabin area. It's very rare. On my main run, I have survived over 1,000 days in one run, and only once did the moose spawn by trappers. All the other times spawned by the dam. Okay, enough about that. Rabbits got spooked. There's the bear. Let's see if the bear can notice us. Hi there. That's the sound that noticed us. Now, I have many options to kill this bear, and there's many ways to do it. This will not work. This is the worst of the options. You can kill a bear with it. You're very likely to fail, and it will maul you, and you need more bullets. This is the best option. You shoot him in the face, and he could die in one hit. Most likely he'll take more hits. If you're going to use this, though, you need a backup plan. The other option is to use well, we have the bow. Bow can also hit him in the face once. And then the third option is this. You can actually one-shot a bear with this if you hit him in the face. What we're going to do a little combo. We're going to use this to get the first shot in, assuming I hit. And then we're going to use the stress pistol to get the other shot in, because if he doesn't die, the bear is going to flee when I fire the stress pistol. I'm going to try and get a shot in. Let's see, that would be about here, I think. There. Then I switch to this. I hit him. Wait until he gets close. And I hit him. And now off he goes. Now, unfortunately, he's actually bleeding now. So he's going to bleed out. But if I manage to hit him with this, I might be able to reset his aggro. There he comes. There he comes. And he got me. You see, the bear can take a lot of hits. You see what happened there? There were two things I will tell you about after this long mauling animation. Okay. So I'm glad that happened, because now I can illustrate a couple of things. First off, this is something you want to avoid, but now that it happened, we can illustrate this. So, first things first, once you get up, you want to crouch. And then you want to look around and pick up your weapon and anything else. Alright. Now, notice that some of the clothing items got ruined. I lost my wool toque. The others are probably taking damage as well. I lost this as well, and this is a rare item. So this is very bad. You don't want that. The other thing is, look at my health. It's so low. And I'm bleeding. So you very quickly want to immediately bandage this. And see, he's coming back for me now. Okay, there he gave up. And I also have an infection risk. So I need to use antiseptic or this. And now I'm okay. But so that's one thing. If you get mauled, you have to immediately bandage yourself, or you are going to bleed out and die. And it's going to ruin your clothes. So I lost 2 pieces of clothing, including a rare one. So the way I did it there, you don't want to do it that way. The first part that I did, where I shot it with an arrow, and then I shot it with this, that's okay, because then it ran away. But then notice that when I shot it with the rifle, what happened? I hit it, and actually I hit it several times. And what happened is it came back. And that happens with the bear. It also happens with the moose. If you shoot a bear or a moose and they run away, if you hit them again while they're fleeing, they will turn around and they'll come for you. And if you stand in the open, like I did there, what happens? You get mauled. So when you hunt a bear and a moose, what you want is a contingency. I didn't have one there because I was demonstrating how the bear can act if you shoot him while it flees. If the bear doesn't die already, I can show you how this should be done. But it's a little bit, he might bleed out. Let's see. He's bleeding, so he might just die. But let's see if I can manage. So what you instead want is a vantage position. So you can go, for example, up here. Oh, look at this. Hidden loot. Maybe we can go up here. This might be a little bit off. Find somewhere you can step on. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. For example, here. Right. Let's see if we can get a bit higher. Here. Here, the bear can't get to me. So now if I shoot, he's not going to be able to get to me and I'm safe. And even if he could get to me, I can just jump down here. I can jump off the ledge and down here, and then I'll run away or reposition and he can't get me. So that's how you should hunt the bear. You should always have a backup plan. The same goes for a moose, because if you don't have it, you get mauled. And you see, I hit the bear a lot, but it wasn't enough. But from here, I can safely do it. Oh, I actually missed. There we go. So there you go. Now this bear was wounded, of course. But what would have happened there if he didn't die? He would have tried to get me, but he wouldn't be able to. So he would have climbed, he would have run around here maybe, and then he would have either given up and fleed, in which case, or flee, yeah. And then you can follow it and track it for it to bleed out. Or you can shoot it again to get it to go back. But even if this bear ran around and came up running here, I could just wait for him to come around the corner, shoot it, and then I can quickly jump down here. I took some damage there, if it was, but I could also climb down, and then I quickly bandaged myself. And now the bear has lost the pathing to me, and he won't be able to get me. Even if he did keep going, you know, I jump down, quickly bandage if necessary, and then I am ready and I can get another couple shots in, right? So that works really well. So that's how you should hunt the bear. The way I did it was the dumb way, but I sometimes do dumb things for illustration purposes. By the way, if you can't find the arrow that you shot him with, if for example he's laying on the arrow, you can click on the carcass like this, and you pick up your arrow. Before we harvest this bear, one important thing, very easy to forget in the heat of battle, and that's the shell casings. So we're going to go back to the murder scene, which is over here. You can tell by the blood on the ground. And you can see we got quite a few shell casings here. So we want these. Another way you could have done it is the way I did it there. I shot an arrow or a rifle, switch to the stress pistol, shoot the bear, he flees, then you shoot the bear again with the rifle like I did, and when he comes back, you switch back to the stress pistol, shoot him with the stress pistol again. That's another way you can do it, but the best way to do it is the way I showed at the end here. Find a vantage point, and that's very important with bear and with moose, that you need to make sure you have an escape route. If not, if you're caught in the open, you are stuck in a situation where it's either you or the bear, and you don't want that. If this was a proper run, you know, I lost an air wrap, that sucks. Lost a wool tooth too. But hey, this is why I said earlier, you should have backups of things, because sometimes this happens. Even to the best of us, it happens. On my main run, where I survived 100 days, I have been in, I think, 12 bear maulings, and sometimes things get ruined. It just happens. And finally, hey, we want to harvest the bear. It's actually kind of windy, but the bear actually acts as a shield. So if I crouch here, I am now suddenly in cover. Look at that. And you can warm up by doing this, making a little thing. Yeah, okay, we have this, so we'll just try and make a fire with the mag lens. We can stay warm, and then now what you can do, you can take the bear meat, harvest it piece by piece, and just cook it here in the open, or you can drag it back to the trapper's cabin, which is just around the corner. Do it however you want. I would recommend harvesting the bear sooner rather than later, because the bear carcass,
That didn't work.
the bear carcass will only last for about 3 days ish. After 3 days, it will despawn, and if there's very little meat
Come on,
left
little fire.
after you start harvesting, it can also despawn faster. However, if a blizzard hits, it can actually wash away the carcass. That goes for moose and any other animal as well.
Perfect.
It can actually harvest it away. Okay, I don't have that much sticks or anything, but that's okay. So what you could do here, you could just harvest the meat with the knife or the axe or whatever. You know, like 2 kilos at a time, say. And then you can cook it. Be mindful that once you harvest the meat, I now have a stink line. So a wolf could now come and find me because I smell. And if it comes while I'm busy cooking with the little life that I have, I'm probably dead. So what you want to do, once you harvest the meat, drop it right away. I'm using the decoy shortcut to drop it right away. But you can also, of course, just drop it from your inventory. Like that. Then what you can do, you can put these to cook. Takes an hour 20. I don't have any firewood right now, but let's just say I did. And while it's cooking, I can harvest some more, and then you multitask. The alternative is that I could instead, I'm gonna actually have this out in case a wolf comes. The alternative is that, let me see how long this has got. No, okay. You can quarter it. And to quarter it, you can use the hacksaw or the hatchet or the knife. Doesn't make a difference. That takes 2 hours. And you can do it in portions. So then I can start to quarter it and then cancel. And then when I continue later, it takes less time. The benefit of quartering is you get all the hide and the guts at once. So I can do this now. You can see I'm actually slowly healing because I have my meters full. And then boom. I don't know why I started saying boom suddenly, but anyway. There we are. So now I got all this stuff. So I got the bear hide and 10 guts for crafting. And then I get these meat sacks, and these are really heavy, 8 kilos. And when I harvest it, it's half of that. But what I could do now, I can take this back. There's the bear cave, by the way. I can take this back to Trapper's cabin,
I'm not sure I can carry
get
it.
to safety, and harvest it indoors. And then ferry this back and forth. And then I can cook it all indoors and be safe. So that's how you can do it. Look, keep in mind that earlier, you got to be observant of the environment. Earlier I heard a wolf howl. So I know there is a wolf somewhere in this area. And right now, I have 2 stink lines because of all the guts that I have. By the way, you can hunt deer with the flare gun as well, but it's like almost impossible to hit. I wouldn't bother doing it. I've managed once only, so don't bother. If the moose spawns here, by the way, he will usually patrol this area. But yeah, so I heard a wolf howl earlier, and now I stink. So be careful of that. That means the wolf could come for you. On Voyager though, it doesn't happen often. The aggro range for wolves is very low. Even when you stink, they have to be fairly close to detect you. But if you play on Stalker, then they can track you down. Then when you make a kill or stink, they'll smell you from far away and they'll go for you. Interloper, even worse. On Interloper, if you stand here and you have 3 stink lines, there is a wolf on the other side of this hill all the way, almost all the way to Unnamed Pond. Not quite, but almost. And if you stand here with 3 stink lines, you can attract that wolf. And you stand here and cook, and suddenly a wolf appears. You know, where did you come from? And that's because you stink. And in fact, see, here it is. Here is the wolf. Speak of the devil. This is the wolf that patrols over there. And that is probably attracted to my stink. Actually a bit surprised that it came this far. This is Voyager. but it could also be because I'm downwind to it. That's something I don't know the details of, but if the wind is going towards the animal, then they supposedly do detect you from further away. And in this case, what's happened is that you go for it. He killed it there. You enjoy that dinner. Natural Geographic. I have been stinking ever since over there. And the wolf, I heard the howl. He was over here, just below that ridge. So he probably started walking up towards me. And then when I came here and started talking, he had already come to this ridge, just didn't see him. So I attracted him. So as you can see, that wolf did not come from the deer. It came from me. In fact, we can illustrate that. I'm going to scare it away. It might hunt this deer now, is the only thing. But it might come back. Yeah, so now it comes back. It's going to actually hunt this deer. But then it will hunt me afterwards. I could actually make this a bit simpler by killing this deer. Assuming that I can actually make this shot. I missed. It's very hard to do. But yeah, you get the idea. The wolves will come for you if you smell. And you got to be careful with that. So when you cook, you want to drop all this stuff on the ground, so that it doesn't stink anymore. In fact, we might be able to demonstrate that. Let's see if I can get the wolf to come around the corner. The only thing is, he's going to go for the deer. I can try and kill the deer with the bow to not scare off the wolf. A bit difficult, but we can try. See if the wolf comes back. It might be too far away now behind the cover, but we can see if it comes back. Let's see here. There we go. That takes practice, so if you can't make a shot like that, just wait. But yeah, let me just see quickly. I can drop the big one, this one. Actually, it does. We can make increments. That didn't really do much. I didn't actually harvest anything. There we are. Okay, so now I have little pieces of meat on me. And the reason I wanted to do this last thing is if I can get this wolf now, I can show you how stink works in real time because of how the wolf will react. It may have killed the bunny or something. Yeah, it did, yeah. Of course it did. The animals actually being a distraction and making things annoying. We want the wolf basically to come to us.
Getting a bit thirsty.
Okay, let's see if we can get the wolf to go towards us without going for the rabbits. Okay, so here it's coming for me, see? It's coming straight for me because I stink. But it hasn't seen me yet. But if I drop all my stuff, it's now going for the rabbit instead. It kind of lost interest in me because of it. Try this again. It only works when it's not going for the rabbit, you see. So see if this works again. So it's going to come for me. It's going to go, and then once I drop, okay, it's again going for the rabbit. And the easiest is if I'll let it actually kill the rabbit. The rabbits are really a nuisance, they're really in the way. Okay. I have to kill all the rabbits for this demonstration to work. Let's see. It's just going to keep killing the rabbits. That's right, this will be a good demonstration if you can just get the rabbits out of the way. Okay, now I think it'll be alright, because the rabbits are gone. If you want to level up Revolver, you can practice against the rabbits. There's one more rabbit in the way, but I think it'll be alright. Let's see, it should be coming. It's going against, again, the rabbits. Wow, it's just rabbit massacre here. They're really in the way of this demonstration, but that's okay. There we are. Okay, that's all the rabbits. Okay, now, no more distractions. Now what's going to happen, he's going to come for me, because I really stink. You see, now he's walking quite quickly, actually, towards my direction. Because I really stink. I really stink, so he's coming for me. However, if I drop my decoys... See, he gave up. We lost interest. That's because he can't smell me anymore. And in fact... See that? Interested? Get some more stinkiness. Interested. Not interested. Interested. Not interested. You see how it works? So that's why it's important to watch your smell, because it will impact how far the wolf tracks you. See, now he lost interest. He's going back to his territory. He's going to do that unless I pick up some more stuff. But that's how that works. It's definitely recommended that you are careful with all your stuff, because it will attract wolves, even on Voyager from far away. The wolves will smell you and they'll come for you. The same goes for bears. Now it's going to see me, and I can scare him off with this. I can just ignore him if I want. I can do what's called walk the dog. That's just like ignoring the wolf. Just walk away, and you know, unless he happens to get really close, he's not going to attack me. I'm going to ignore it. The most likely way that he's going to get close is if I run, and then he'll start sprinting to catch up, and then he'll get too close. That's the main reason he's going to catch up. If he does get too close... Oh, he actually got scared there. If he does get too close, you can just scare him off with this. As soon as he bugs out like that, like you saw earlier, that he'll just give up. But if it does get too close and starts charging you, remember you have the stress pistol, and you can just shoot it. You don't have... You can even kill him like that. Just to illustrate that it could be done. You can kill wolves with this too. Just hit him right in the head, and then he went down. So yeah, you can kill wolves, you can kill anything with this gun, but I wouldn't bother hunting wolves with this weapon. It's a waste of ammo, because you can create ammunition for the revolver and the rifle at the ammunition workbench in Bleak Inlet or Blackrock, but you can't create ammo for flare shells unless that's something they add in a future update. So these are finite. Exactly how many you'll have depends a little bit on luck, but you can probably on Voyager maybe get, I don't know, maybe 30 shells, and it's meant to be a defense because it can defend you against a bear or a moose that suddenly creeps up on you. But it's worth walking around with this thing, and if a wolf suddenly comes out of nowhere, you know, you can shoot it, and then even if it doesn't die or run away, but if you do hit the wolf in the head, it can go down. Same with any other animals. By the way, this trap has been broken, so you now need to set this trap out again. You can just pick it up, or is it complete? No, it's not broken. Sorry, it's used. That basically means that we did probably catch a rabbit, but it got away, and it's just broken. So you need to reset it. It can break properly, in which case you can harvest it and make a new one. Let's just... We can drop these bear meat meat was created just for demonstration purposes for the wolf, so let's get rid of those. And now we are back in Trappist we were earlier, and remember I wrote a note that these were there. These are now cured. I can now make arrows with these. I can't make anything with these, I need more of them, but if I collect a few more rabbit pelts and cure also all these guts that I now have, I can make the rabbit hat or the rabbit gloves. I also have a bear hide, which is massive. And actually you can't use the bear hide for anything. You need 2 bear hides. And then you can make the bear coat or you can make the bear bedroll. Whichever you make first doesn't matter. Bear coat is very, very warm, but also very heavy. Bear coat is also very warm to sleep in, but also heavy. Which one you make, if any, up to you. In any case, that's how you do that. So now I could grab this, take it back to camp office. Of course, I've just had a bear attack. I took a lot of damage. Why don't we heal all the way back up? As you can see, we are quite low. We are in 23%. So let's actually make it more interesting. We'll eat low condition stuff. And just get that out of the way and get all our energy back up. Well, it doesn't have to be all the way up, but far enough. I think that's probably good enough. And then we're going to drink our herbal tea. So when you drink this, what happens is that you heal more when you sleep. So you heal a certain amount based on multipliers, but now you heal even more. And on Voyager, that should mean that you heal all the way up. So we're not going to sleep full 12 hours, so we're going to sleep about 10 or 11. I'm still going to put 12, but it'll be probably closer to 10, 11. But we probably will heal completely or almost completely doing this. So let's see. We were 23%, was it? And we sleep. And there we are. Look at that. Full health. And that is how you do it. So we were just mauled by a bear. And outside of some ruined clothing. It's like it never happened. So there we are, my friends. I think this was more than enough. That is the Voyager walkthrough. Oof, terrible weather. Let's see if it passes a bit, just for a nice closure. Nah. I'll go back inside then. So that's it. That was the Voyager tutorial, the Voyager walkthrough. So I hope you enjoyed that. I tried to be as thorough as possible. I did almost everything. I guess there were a couple of smaller things I didn't do, like I didn't really make that many teas or anything. But yeah, this is how you play Voyager. And outside for a little visit to the Ravine, we stayed in Mystery Lake the entire time. And we have so much food. All of this is on me right now. But I left a bunch of food, like canned peaches and things, back in the camp office. If you cook those, you can just eat them. But if you cook those canned peaches and things on a fire, you will level up cooking. So that's why I didn't cook them. We have all the tools. I didn't find a hammer, that's the only thing. But I have all the tools. I have the stress pistol. I have the bow. I can make more if I want. I have the rifle, revolver. You saw what happens if you jam these things. We found the prepper cache. We found guns books. We've done a lot of stuff here. And you can see, especially after you go to the dam, you are really geared. And there's just so much stuff to get that you'll be really geared. And Mystery Lake's a great region. If you find Mystery Lake a little bit challenging, choose the region you like the most. Choose Milton or something, or Coastal Highway, or whatever you prefer. And just do one region at a time. And when you feel like you got the hand of this region, then go to another region and learn that one. And just do it slowly until you feel you have a general sense of how the maps work. And as always, don't worry about making mistakes. So in this run, I made some deliberate mistakes to just show how things work. And I've taken things slower than normal to show you how things work. But, you know, arguably things could be done better. But the point is rather that it's okay to make mistakes, because this game is meant to be played how you want to play it. So the way you want to play the game is actually the right way to play it. Whether you're playing on Pilgrim or Interloper or Custom or Modded, doesn't matter. It's the way you play it that works. And I hope you learned something today, but remember that the most important rule is that if you're still alive, then you're not doing it wrong. Then you're actually playing the game. So I hope this walkthrough, it's a long walkthrough, but I hope you enjoyed it. If you'd like to see more of this stuff, of me playing on this kind of difficulty, I'm not going to do a follow-up of this. I'm probably not going to do another Voyager run unless it's highly requested. Of course, if you really want it, I can make another one. But I am going to make a Stalker series. So if you're watching this, keep an eye on my channel, and there'll be a Stalker series, which will be a long playthrough of multiple episodes. Well, the ultimate goal is to get every skill to level 5, and we'll play a little bit more, I guess how I would play, I suppose, a bit more reckless, I suppose that is. So if you want to see more of this type of content, you should maybe check out that Stalker series. Until then, I hope this was useful. I hope you liked it. And yeah, stay safe out there, survivors. And I'll see you next time. Bye bye.